What we do here is go back.
Oh, what a fucking start. Hello everybody, how the devil are we all? I hope you're well. I hope you aren't as gassy as I am. Jesus fucking Christ. I'm exploding. Why haven't I set up my fucking camera properly so that I look like a fucking tomato, you dopey cunt? How are we all? I hope you didn't miss me. Because, I literally did stream yesterday, so that would be weird if you missed me. What? Anyway, apply, boom, there you go. Now I have that. And yes, it has been snowing in the UK. I would show you that, but I'd have to like shut the window, and that we tried that before with the fireworks, if you remember, and it didn't work. So rather than breaking things, I'll just say there's snow. It snowed. It's quite cold. Actually, it's not that cold, but it's snowing. Snowing much earlier than it usually would. It usually doesn't snow in the UK till like January time. That sort of, late December, January is when it'll start snowing, if at all. Some years it just doesn't. But this year it came considerably earlier than usual. But there you go. Yes. So it does feel decidedly more wintry than it has. Yes. Shockingly not cursed image you picked. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, I don't always do a cursed image. Sometimes I just do just a politically humorous image, I guess. Would probably be the way to describe it. I'm not sure. Have I made the camera bigger for some fucking reason? Yeah, I did, didn't I? There you go. I don't know why that happened. Anyway, yes. So on today's proceedings, we've got some Britbonger stuff and some sort of, I suppose technically international, I guess, but American-based drama-y shite. And as we go through, it's going to go from like reasonably solid, serious content, and as it progresses, become more and more slop, till the end is just drama-y slop shite, right? So I view it like, you know, when you're a kid and you have to eat your greens before you're allowed to have a pudding. It's like that. We've got to have good, fibrous, wholesome content, good calorific content, and then you can have some. Well, I nearly said spotted dick. A, I hate spotted dick. It's disgusting. And secondly, to Americans, that's going to sound really fucking gross. And it is gross, but not in the way that you think, Americans. It's a type of a pudding, basically. It's a UK pudding. And it's fucking horrible. Actually, it's not horrible. It's just not very nice. Like, it's in the bottom 5% of, like, acceptable puddings, I guess. If there was ever to be a list. I mean, a more banal and pointless list I cannot think of, but if there ever did exist that list, it would be there. We already know, like, Jake... What? I don't know what that means, but thank you. Thank you, dear. Don't forget, I'll get my shilling out the way early, right? We were on a hype train. I didn't even realise this. We both started and finished a hype train. Thank you. I didn't even realise. I'll be honest with you. I was listening to The Clash, so look, I wasn't even watching the fucking intro. I was just listening to some music, bops in, getting in my zone, getting in my bag, as Americans say for some reason. Anyway. Thank you, Pandanus Rex, for resubscribing. Thank you, SJD54515. And yes, I will read out the entire list of numbers for resubscribing. And thank you to Boy Meets Minnie. Everyone go and follow Boy Meets Minnie, by the way, who is a good egg. Well, we're going to get onto that in just a second, but thank you, 255. What the fuck advert did I just hear? Lol. I don't know, Crawl the Wall, but the way to avoid adverts is to subscribe to the channel, which you can do for a certain amount of money, depending depending on whatever, on where you are, I guess. No, don't follow me. I indoctrinate youths with critical racing theory. True. I likewise am a fellow Antifa super soldier. Yes. Kev's technical excellence. Did I fuck something up? Usually you only do the jokes about my technical excellence if I've done something wrong, but it seems to be working. Is everything working? I think. I don't know. I don't know. Wait, Anna was on Novara. She was indeed, and we're going to get to that. Like I say, we're going to go solid content to slop, British to American. That's coincidental on this particular occasion, but that is the way it's worked out. So you can, like I say, you can subscribe to the channel. You can hit the follow button. You can do bits messages. You can subscribe with Amazon Prime. You can gift subs to the community. You can do super chats via the Streamlabs link below. I've got Patreon and PayPal. I've got a Discord you can go and check out. I've got Facebook, YouTube, Blue Sky, Twitter. Although don't go and follow me on Twitter because that's dead. I only use Twitter now really to contact people like No Justice or whoever who I'm like friends with on Twitter, right? It's dead. It's just a fascist shithole, and everyone's moved over to Blue Sky and Threads. And you can go and follow me on Blue Sky and Threads, where I also don't post because social media is a cancer that needs to be avoided, like the plague, the plagueous cancer that it actually is. But anyway, I'm only into football, where rapists are fine, but apparently 2 women having a baby is evil. So, yeah. Fandoms are toxic regardless, I found out, which just goes to show you that humans are toxic. The species needs to cease. I think if a meteorite isn't going to smash into Earth and kill everybody, I think we need to collectively do the right thing and stop breeding. Just ethically speaking, I think we need to stop breeding as a species now. And let the cockroaches take over or whatever. I don't know. Yeah. On that point, hello YouTube. If you're on YouTube, you can hit the like button. You can thumb it up. You can smash the like button. You can subscribe to the channel. You can do super chats, which I will read out, and you can become a member for 99 pence, or you can gift memberships to the community. It is a sexual way of... Actually, it's not sexual in the slightest. It's very much asexual or non-sexual. But you can do it nonetheless, and you will become, ironically, more sexy. Fact. Yes, so that's a thing. Thank you everyone for the hype train, and also fuck you for the hype train, because I didn't realise there was a hype train. There isn't a noise for that. For some reason, it's like the one thing they don't do a noise for. Okay, whatever. Yes, so we talked, No Justice and I, about the farmers, because it came up on Question Time, the farm tax thing. I'll just explain the very, very basics of it, right? So that you understand some of the context. In the UK, inheritance tax is somewhere around 40%, right? So when you die and you pass on your possessions to your progeny, or indeed to anyone, frankly, you pay. They will pay a certain amount of that in tax, right? And up to a certain extent. So it's like, I forget the exact numbers, but like if you pass on X amount of money, you don't pay tax until you reach that threshold. So it's relatively generous, right? But one of the loopholes was for land, right? So if you passed on land to whoever when you died, they didn't pay tax on this, which is always a ridiculous thing, and I'm glad they're starting to close that loophole. But as previously discussed, I don't want us to tax actual proper farmers. I don't think that's like a good or productive use of or at least not. We shouldn't tax them in terms of their inheritance, right? If you're going to pass on an actual working farm to your actual working farm kids, like, that's fine. That's a productive use of that land. That's grand. Awesome. Go for it, right? And to be fair, these changes don't seem to appear to be that much of an issue, because they've now closing this loophole where I think it's up to, was it 1 million or 1.5 million pounds worth of land and assets. After that point, you will pay 20% tax. So it's still only half of the inheritance tax for like a house or stocks and shares if you pass those on, whatever, right? So you're still, the landowners are still only having to pay half of the tax that, you know, everyone else would have to pay normally. On a much higher threshold as well than normal. Because, yeah, as you point out there, it's 40% on everything over 350k. So, like, it's like 3 times or twice, at least, the threshold, and it's only half the amount of fucking tax. And yet the rich have gone fucking mad about this. This is, by and large, these protests are, by and large, rich pricks who thought they could game the system by buying land, putting essentially their money into land, which is enormously expensive and ever increasingly so, gentrifying countryside areas, essentially ethnically cleansing lots of countryside areas of actual farmers and replacing them with like rich people from the city who are cosplaying as gentleman farmers who don't actually do any farming. And the revenge of those people is what we see here. And unfortunately, normal farmers, understandably, given that they're on, you know, tight budgets, don't want to see any kind of anti-farming type shit, and so they're sort of standing in solidarity, unfortunately, with the rich bastards, who are largely going to be the ones affected by this. And so today they had this demonstration in Westminster. That's literally right in the centre of London, there in Whitehall, the sort of seat of power in Britain. And I think it's very telling because there's no specific reason why they did it today, for instance. It's not like a piece of legislation is being debated in Parliament today, which is like why you might do something at this time. It's very telling to me that these people don't have anything better to do on a Tuesday morning. Like, it's Tuesday morning. What the fuck are any of you doing? Do you literally have nowhere to be? Do you not have a job? Do you not have anything to do? Like, what the fuck? There's a reason usually that these types of things either happen on a very specific day because of, like I say, passing legislation, or generally on the weekends when people have some time off. Whereas these fuckers can just take a Tuesday afternoon off. Because again, it's mostly just rich pricks. It's literally mostly just rich bastards doing this. And we'll see a little bit of that as we go along. Thank you to Carl Brown with the $2 dues. I am doing well. I hope you're doing well too, Carl. Kev, do you know what gooning is? I do know what it is, and it's disgusting and atrocious, and you're going to hell, and I love it. That is, I don't know where this is. Judging by the flats on the right there, I think this might be Moscow. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, it's snowing in the UK. But not in London, because it's in the south of the country, where nothing ever snows. There's actually, London-based snow/cold weather actually has a very significant cultural impact on the way in which Northern Hemisphere people view Christmas. And I'll tell you for why. The reason that we associate snow with Christmas, even though here in the UK it rarely snows on Christmas. Like I say, usually snow happens in like January and February time. It's because of what was called the Victorian Ice Age, the mini Ice Age, right? So at the very beginning of the Victorian period, there was a very brief period of just random, very cold weather in the Northern Hemisphere, with very, very cold winters. And to the point where literally the Thames River would freeze every year, and they literally had like markets that would happen on the river because it was frozen, like to the point of several feet of frozen water, which never happens usually. And during that time, we had really heavy snows, especially around Christmas time, and that was the period during which the writer of things like A Christmas Carol, Dickens, grew up. And so for him, his sort of warm appreciation of Christmas came along with this idea of snow being a really important part of that. Even though, like I say, it very, very rarely ever snows, like 1 in 12 years on average, since records began, that we have snow in the UK, in the south of England. So he writes into the Christmas Carol the idea of it being snowing in the Christmas time, because for him that's what it meant. It was something warm and special for him as a kid, and that became such a ubiquitous story that we now associate snow with Christmas, even though for most of the Northern Hemisphere during the winter time it doesn't snow at Christmas, because of the ubiquitous nature of the way in which English-speaking media has a control over so much of the cultural zeitgeist. So a little factoid for you there about snow and Christmas and Dickens. Fact. The Thames was frozen over. Indeed it was. I didn't I just say that? I think so. It was caused by a volcanic eruption. Was it fucking Iceland again, was it? Up to its old tricks. Dickheads. In Fallout London, jumping in the Thames gave you 169 rads. You don't last long. Fair enough. To be honest, if you fell in the Thames now, you probably wouldn't last very long. Because it is shit. Literal shit. Thank you to Carl Brown for gifting a membership. Much fucking love to you, my man. Remind me to suck you off next time I see you. The picture I sent to you is from Sofia, Bulgaria. Oh, so I was doing a joke about it being from the Eastern Bloc, but it literally was. Okay. Apologies, Phantom of Black. Much love. If you want to become RFK, swim in the Thames. Literally, yes. If you want brainworms, do that. Anyway, so these fucking rich pricks have turned up in London to have themselves a little shindig, and this technically counts as assault against the police, by the way. If you drive a tractor past barriers into the standing area of the police, that's assault on police officers. Now, I personally don't give two fucks for assault on police officers. Whatever. But the law says otherwise. Now, considering that Just Stop Oil protesters were given 5 years apiece for conspiracy to cause a public nuisance, this is them actually causing a public nuisance. So I expect 5 and 10 year sentences for all of them. I won't hold my fucking breath, though. Because there is a two-tier justice system in the UK, and it operates the exact opposite way that right-wingers think. They think they get the worst of it, whereas actually they are protected by the law, they are not held accountable by the law. Anyway. Jeremy Clarkson, the exact example of what I'm talking about here, right? Jeremy Clarkson, TV presenter, formerly of Top Gear. I think he now does the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire show and all the rest of it. He is a wanker, a really nasty piece of work, and a man who has, let's say, issues with violence. And he's a city boy, rich media elite, who bought loads of land, boasted openly in public on television about how he'd done so in order to put his money into land and therefore avoid paying inheritance tax, and is now pretending that's not the reason he did it honest, and is now part of the rich boy wank fest that happened in London today. He was asked a question by a BBC journalist, and his answer is embarrassing. Because cosplay farmers do not necessarily make very good politicians.
So why are you here, Mr. Clarkson?
Well, because I'm here to support farmers.
Right. Are you angry?
It's difficult to be angry on somebody else's behalf. That's like being... Yes, no, I'm not angry on someone else's behalf.
Right. So it's not about you. It's not about your farm and the fact that you bought a farm to avoid inheritance tax.
Classic BBC there. Classic. Oh yeah. It's not the fact that I bought a farm to avoid inheritance tax. The fact.
You told the Sunday Times in 2021 that's why you bought it.
Firstly, you've got to love the fact that a man who literally made his name and fortune as a BBC presenter, the Top Gear was a BBC show. He was a BBC quote-unquote journalist for many years. He made his name on the BBC and now wants to shit on it. And just having the receipt there, just like you told a right-wing newspaper, you were literally boasting as if you're a big, clever, massive cock guy about how you literally did that thing, and now it's classic BBC. He's so fucking partridge. Classic BBC. Right? Yeah, classic BBC. Doing some journalism. You did boast about it, mate. You boasted openly when you thought it was just you and right-wingers, like having a little inside joke, about how you were doing this. So, yeah. Yeah.
People.
Sorry?
BBC. Okay, let's start from the beginning.
Sure.
I wanted a shoot. Okay? That's even worse to the BBC. I wanted a shoot, which comes with the benefit of not having to pay inheritance tax. Now I do. But people like me will simply put it in a trust. And so long as I live for 7 years, that's fine. And as my daughter said, you will live for 7 years. You might be in a deep freeze at the end of it, but you will live for 7 years. But it's...
Okay, let's close that loophole then as well. Why are you now still boasting that, regardless of what the law says, I will find a way to not pay tax? Why are you still boasting? Why are you still boasting about how much of a fucking tight cunt you are? This country gave you everything, and you don't want to pay anything back. You're a piece of shit, mate. Also, you boasting like fuck about how you don't want to pay your taxes is not exactly a great look for everyone else who is having to pay the highest tax burden since the Second World War. and you're moaning that you're going to have to pay half the amount of inheritance tax on 3 times the threshold. Amazing shit. Fucking amazing. Thank you, Hev, for 5 gifted memberships on the YouTube. That's delightful. Honestly, I'm going to have to suck so much cock tonight. It's amazing. And thank you, Lord Fritus, for gifting a sub to Marcel Paul. Oh, it's a Frenchman's Union, is it? French on French violence, I say. Typical.
It's incredibly time-consuming to have to do that. And why should all these people have to do that? Why should they?
So one of the reasons Rachel Reeves...
If you've got £1.5 million worth of assets, like, I'm sorry, I don't know that many people are going to have a huge amount of sympathy for you, having to pay just 20% tax. Whereas if someone wants to pass on a house worth 400 grand, which, by the way, on today's house prices, 400 grand is nothing. It will buy you a shoebox in the middle of nowhere. They will have to pay 40% tax. Like, I don't know how effective a stratagem this is in terms of trying to win people over. I don't think most people, I don't think even most conservatives would look at you, a very rich man, whinging about having to pay half the amount of tax on a scheme that you openly boasted was about avoiding tax. I don't think you're going to win them over. I honestly don't think people are going to chime well with this shit. And it's interesting that the Conservative Party sent various members, including their new leader, Kemi Badenoch, to speak in favour of these people, saying that they will repeal this if they become the next government. So the Conservative Party have learned the lessons of the success of right-wing populism in the form of going into the next election looking to scrap the VAT on private schools and repealing inheritance tax on massive landowners. And that's their response to right-wing populism. I don't think it's going to work.
Says she brought this in is to stop wealthy people using it as a way.
No, that was the only reason she did.
Well, no, the other reason was to raise money for public services. Well, have you seen?
Are you listening to this?
Have you tried to get a GP?
Wow, that's what an effective response. Are you listening to this? Do you have a response to the point at all?
Appointment lately?
Yes,
Right.
I just recently had a heart attack.
Okay, so you know it's tough.
Yes.
So where should they get the money from if it's not from farmers?
From farmers.
You
hear that, everyone?
With
BBC
assets.
thinks you should be paying for everything.
Mr. Clarkson,
okay.
you-
No. Time out. Not paying for everything. Paying something. Because previously you weren't paying any inheritance tax at all. Look, farming isn't some grand fucking gesture, okay? You make money out of it. You make a living selling produce. Now, I think farmers should be given a lot more support in terms of the way in which like supermarkets can fuck them over and drive down the prices so that they increase their profit margins.
The return of the sausages.
But
Kevin, I just got in. Have you played the Mad Guys Call Against Job on LBC about this for 10 minutes?
It's the next thing on the list. It's in my tabs. It's the very next one. I promise you. There it is. Thank you, Kieran, for Bitty Bits. Much love. Yes. No one's saying that farmers should pay everything, and I think they should. Like I say, I think they should be given a lot more support. Proper farmers, not Jeremy Clarkson fucking tax dodging cunts. Actual fucking farmers who get up at 4 a.m. to go and feed pigs or to fucking plant crops and shit. Like, those people are fucking absolute salt of the earth. I've got no problem with them. In fact, actually, I think they're absolutely essential. And I've thought about this. The way in which the UK could do some proper agrarian reform, right? Use this tax thing, right? Not so much just as a revenue raising stream, but to get back at the likes of Clarkson and to deny them the cover that they seek by using actual farmers as the reason why they're against this tax and all this shit, right? With this 20% tax rate, firstly, it should be 40% because everyone else has to fucking pay 40%, but whatever. Use some of that income, right? Say to the people who inherit lots and lots of land, so not farmers, but like Clarkson or Clarkson's daughter or whoever, right? Say to them, you can pay this tax bill either by selling the land off and giving us the money, or sell us the land. Give us whatever it is that it's owed in tax as the land, right? And the government should be given, or should give itself, frankly, first refusal on that land. So either the government gets to buy it back at market rate, and that's how they pay it off, or they can sell it on and then give the government the money, just raw money, right? And what the government could do with that is one of two things. Firstly, either use it to build housing on, because we actually need to do that, or allow farmers, actual fucking farmers, to use that land, right? So it would still be government land, but we could rent it to actual farmers at peppercorn rent as a way of increasing their land usage. It increases produce for the nation, which makes us on a sort of geopolitical level, right? It's a national security concern, frankly, that we are so vulnerable to food import prices, as we saw with the Ukraine war. The cost of wheat went through the fucking roof. Now, we can afford to pay that, the global south can't. But either way, it's still more expensive for us, and that's not a fucking good thing. So it would decrease our dependency on foreign imports. It would allow farmers to grow more shit. And it would deny Jeremy Clarkson and his people the idea that this is being done to persecute farmers, because we would be allowing farmers to increase their land usage. We'd be able to grow more shit, and they'd be able to do so very cheaply and effectively. It's a good form of agrarian reform that could be done pretty simply and very cheaply. I think that's a good idea. I think it would be worth investing a little time from the government to try and see if you could make that feasible and workable, in what parts of the country that would be feasible and workable. But even if you couldn't do that with farming, what you could do is take that land and then use it as a way of protecting greenbelt space as well. There are various things the government could do with that land. Because frankly, it's always seemed odd to me, the ownership of land. But if anyone's going to own the land, surely the people should own the land, right? Like, in what way are we a country if Lord Albemarle owns half the fucking land of the place you live? Doesn't make sense to me, you know? Grow more shit, increase shit production. Well, basically, yes. Grow more food using shit, i.e. manure, to create more food. Good. Also, more food would help keep prices down. Now, supermarkets won't be happy with that, but supermarkets, unless they want to go into the trebuchet, are going to have to fucking deal with that. Or we could use it for wind farms, Miss Hyde. You know what? There are so... Honestly, my agrarian reform idea is so good. There are so many ways you could implement it. There are so many advantages to it. Of having the land either languish in the hands of rich bastards for the benefit of rich bastards, or have it in the hands of the government for the benefit of the people who actually fucking live here. And you could sell it to the people as like a patriotism thing. Why should we be at the hest of foreign fucking food markets? We should grow our own shit. People would get behind that. Anyway.
Do you know how many people pay inheritance tax in this country?
It's 4% of estates.
What?
4% of estates.
4% pay inheritance tax. 96% of the population of the UK does not pay inheritance tax.
Sure.
After this becomes law, 96% of farmers will.
Where have you got that figure from?
Who here, can I just ask, who here is going to be unaffected by these changes?
No, Jeremy, time out, mate. She didn't say who here will be affected by anything. She said, where have you got that specific number that 96%, was it he said, of farmers will pay inheritance tax. Not will be affected by this, because I'm sure people in rural communities will be affected by this, and there are other ways of mitigating that which don't allow you to dodge tax. Where did you get that number from, Jeremy? Because the government statistic suggests 5%. Literally the government's own numbers. Now, you can challenge that if you want to, but you do have to tell us how you're challenging that, what numbers you're using by comparison. The government's own number are 5% of farms will pay in some level of inheritance tax after this. 5%. So literally the opposite of the thing you said. Literally the opposite. So, I think this is a question that should haunt him until he answers. Because he doesn't answer now, right? But every time he appears in public, there should be a journalist doorstepping this prick, saying, what was your source for that figure? Where did you get the number 96% of farmers will pay tax, Jeremy? And just put a fucking microphone in his fat, stupid old face. Where did you get that number from, Jeremy? Where did you get that number from? Where did you get that number from? Because he's just lied. He's just openly lied. You taking a straw poll of people who are around you at a gathering of like-minded people is not really an effective way of coming up with public policy, is it? Just like asking your mates down the pub what they think should happen isn't necessarily the best guide for good governance. Not that I'm saying you should ignore all of those people. Absolutely not. I'm just saying, maybe take a broader sweep of the situation.
No one.
Right. Where have you got the 96% figure
Well,
from?
you've got 96%. Well, the same place that Rachel Reeves does, from the middle of her head.
Right.
From the Sixth Form Debating Society that she was no doubt a member of.
Okay.
Which formed her opinions and yours.
I am not expressing...
What the fuck is he talking about? Do you want to appear like any more of a petulant little bitch, by the way, Jez? Mate, come on now, this is embarrassing.
I'm literally asking you questions. You know that, Mr. Clarkson.
Right.
So, what is your message to this government?
Please back down, please.
And get the money from where?
Well, they've got 40 billion. I'll tell you where you get the... Walk into any of the offices around here. If you don't understand what somebody's job is, fire them.
And how
the civil service... Civil service is too top, you know that. I must get on.
Well, by the way, when he says, I must get on, what he means is he turned up in a chauffeur-driven Land Rover, stayed for about an hour, then got in his car and fucked off again. What solidarity, Mr. Clarkson? Fucking prick. This is Novara Media, on whom more later. Novara Media's Ash Sarkar being racially abused in front of a member of the House of Commons, literally a member of Parliament, and that member of Parliament staying silent.
No, I was born here, mate.
Where are you from?
I'm from Novara Media. I was just going to ask, how do you think...
I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to you. Clear up. I'm talking to some real people.
Why won't you talk to
Talk to real
Novara?
people. Anyway,
Communists. Communists.
Yeah? Would you like to
That was what you said.
Yeah, would you like to
Call yourself a communist lobby.
Sorry, overbreeding of my sort?
No, you're YouTube. There we go. I don't want to speak to you.
Sorry, you said overbreeding of my sort. What did you mean by that? Overbreeding of my sort, sir. You also called me an immigrant earlier.
I like you.
Oh, I did. I did call myself a communist. A good clue. Oh, it's nice to meet you, sir. Have a lovely day. Overbreeding of my sort, eh?
Overbreeding of your sort. Do they think of humans like animals? I'm not sure, but like that was clear and obvious racial abuse, and the member of Parliament just ignored it like that wasn't a thing. I think the Reform Party might be a bit racist. What do you reckon? Also, good example that bigotry begets bigotry in many respects, you know. Another wanker. So Andrew Lloyd Webber, who people may know writes plays and that. Anyway, he turned up because apparently there aren't any actual fucking farmers at this gathering. It's just rich wankers. Anyway, Andrew Lloyd Webber turned up to say, look, people trying to game the system is wrong. Okay, tax loopholes, etc., etc. Oh, what's this? He literally flew in from New York as a member of the House of Lords to vote in favour of reducing tax credits for poor people. That's a thing he did. Thanks, Andrew. Can you fuck off and die, mate? Can you actually just fuck off and die? You're old enough now. Just fuck off and die, you creepy old cunt. You're literally like the worst person on earth. And of course... of course he turned up. Look at him. He's even got his own fucking... He's cosplaying as a farmer. He's got the uniform on and everything. So, let me get this right. He thinks, Nigel Farage thinks it's too dangerous. It's too dangerous to do an MP surgery, so to actually meet with his constituents and sort out their problems, as you're supposed to as a member of Parliament. It's too dangerous to turn up to his own constituency and do a surgery. But meeting up with thousands of people in the centre of London, where there are lots of cameras around, is fine. There is not a camera and a microphone that this fucking cunt will not turn up in front of. And there is not a constituent he won't ignore. This clout-chasing piece of shit has spent more time on demos for farmers and in America than he has in Clacton. To the people of Clacton, do you ever feel like you've been played? Anyway, as previously mentioned, Jimmy O'Brien, who is, a shitlib to his very core, but at least I think is enough of a city boy that I think he gets, to some extent, the issue here. Was speaking with an angry farmer, as it's been trailed here. Angry farmer who hates James O'Brien calls in to debate inheritance tax. Okay. This gets quite nice.
Charlie is in Weymouth. Charlie, what would you like to say?
I would like to make 2 points. I'm going to correct you on your 7-year thing, and then I'm going to fill in the gap in your knowledge.
I've got the HM Revenue and Customs page in front of me on the 7-year thing.
Perfect. So
it's not me you're correcting. It's the official advice.
No. It is you. Okay. You've got the wrong end of the stick.
Okay.
But so with the 7-year thing, are you happy that a farmer can pass it on in 7 years inheritance tax free?
Hang on, you're supposed to be correcting me.
Yeah. No, I'm asking you a question.
Oh. Am I well, everyone enjoys that freedom.
Yeah.
So I mean, in an ideal world, probably get rid of all the loopholes. But I think
that's my point. Is that it shouldn't be an option. Just waiting 7 years and then not paying your tax it's just allowing tax avoidance with extra steps. Why is a time-released tax avoidance loophole in there exactly?
I think that would be brutal.
So why is it then that it's acceptable to pass on a farm in 7 years from now, but for someone that's worked on that farm for the last 40 years, all of a sudden they can't get that? If their dad died 2 years ago, if their parents die in before this thing comes in, they're going to get hit by inheritance tax. They've worked that farm for their entire life.
Yes.
Why is that? Why is that different?
Well, you've just explained why it's different. Because the rules have changed.
So exactly
to meet the new need, and also, of course, 1984 was the point this was introduced. So
literally 1984.
Right.
So 40 years is the perfect point to pick, isn't it? Because prior to 1984, you'd have been paying more inheritance tax, and all those farms.
No, they wouldn't. No, they wouldn't.
Yes, you would. So how was that fair?
No, they wouldn't, because 40 years ago, farmland wasn't the price it is now.
Prior to but the percentage that.
Hang on. This absolute plumbed off, this absolute fucking schmunt has just, I don't know, discovered the concept of inflation. Like, name me a thing that costs less now than it did in 1984, you dopey cunt. A pint of beer costs 20 pence or whatever. Like, of course, everything costs fucking more now. He's on about the percentages, you fucking stupid bastard. It's like that thing from the other day. That thing from the other day with the woman going on about not understanding that an ill person would be less productive than a person. Like, well, what about if someone's just in a coma? And them not being in a coma anymore, that's not going to increase productivity. Fuck off, man. Well, these are the people. These are the fucking twats that public policy makers listen to. And it's this is why we're fucked. We've got a nation of absolute fucking cretins who are so set in their beliefs. They believe so fervently that everything they think is absolutely correct. And that even merely to challenge them is offensive. Whilst themselves being some of the most fucking offensive cunts in the world. And they're wrong. They're just ignorant and fucking wrong. And they get to set the fucking agenda. It's infuriating.
That you'd pay on it would have been the same.
Yeah,
not the total.
percentages.
Yes,
Exactly,
but tax is
not
all
the total.
tax is all about percent. I'm enjoying being corrected by you, Charlie, but you must let me get a word in edgeways. Tax is all about percentages, not totals. It's about the proportion of the total that goes to the taxman. So because of inflation, hang on. Because of
we're going to get some of the most advanced economics of the 12th century now. We're going to have to explain to an adult human being the concept of inflation. Let's go.
Inflation, obviously, all the numbers are going to be higher.
It's not inflation.
Okay, because
I gave him too much credit. I thought he'd go, okay then, and move on to his next point. But now he's going to deny the concept of inflation, even though he literally pointed out one of its fucking things in the past. Like, yeah, land was cheaper in the past. Land didn't cost as much now as it does now. So I thought, okay, he'll understand when James points out that everything costs more. He'd be like, okay. But no, he's now just going to deny the concept of inflation is a thing. He must be really confused when he goes to the shop and go, I'm sure this shopping didn't used to cost this much. Why won't they accept my halfpenny coins anymore? Fucking Christ almighty.
Because of some mysterious magic formula, all the numbers are going to be higher than they were 40 years ago. But just to show you politely the error of your ways, the reason why rules change is because of economic policy. So your point is as valid as ringing me in 1984 and complaining about how unfair it is that you had to pay inheritance tax last year in 1983, and a farmer who passes away next year in 1985, his heirs won't have to pay any inheritance tax at all. Do you see the rules change?
No. Hang on. If you let me get a word in edgeways now, how much was land worth in 1984 per acre?
But you keep asking me questions.
No. Yeah, well,
considerably less. Well, how much was my house worth?
No.
How much was my house worth? How much was my house worth in 1984, Charlie? Answer the question.
Just now, you said that if you don't have the information, you make bad decisions. So in 1984, the average cost of an acre was £3,780.
And the average cost of a house?
I've no idea. I'm not talking about houses. I'm talking about acres.
No, you're talking about...
Okay. So inflation only exists in the price of land and no other commodity whatsoever. Jesus Christ. We live in idiocracy. We really do. I'm not talking about houses. Yeah, but money is still the thing you use to exchange for goods and services. And a £5 note from 1984, assuming it was still legal tender, would be worth a lot less than it is now. So it doesn't matter if you're buying land or a house or a car or a fucking anything, literally anything. It costs more now.
inheritance tax,
I'm
which
talking about
applies
acres.
to houses. So
Okay,
what was
right,
the
okay,
average
okay,
cost of a house in 1984?
I've no idea, James. I don't care about houses. I'm caring about acres. That's what we're
Okay,
talking
so
about.
I'll give you a spoiler alert. They cost a lot less 40 years ago than they do now. But the percentage of tax that you pay.
He looked it up. He googled it. Oh, he fucking googled it. £3,784. Which, by the way, is really depressing. That like it's gone up 1,000% or something since then. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh. And he still can't put the two pieces together. He still can't put the two pieces together that land costs more and houses cost more. Therefore, the actual overall amount of money isn't the issue. It's the percentage of tax. He can't do it. He literally cannot bring himself to do it. He doesn't have the cognitive ability to be able to put these two very basic pieces of information together and create a new thing. Dialectically, to just create a new spark of knowledge. He can't do it. It's beyond him.
A is the same regardless of how much the estate is worth.
Right, so you're quite happy. You're quite happy that they can get.
I don't know that I'm happy, Charlie. I mean, that's an existential question.
Hang on,
but if I'm offered a choice,
and now I tell you what, because we're not going to agree on this, I'll tell you why
we can't disagree about counting.
I will tell you.
It's not an opinion. It's just.
That's true. That's so true. No, you can't argue with a number. You can't argue with a number. 40 is bigger than 20. And 20 is bigger than 10. These are not debating topics. These are not. You can't argue me out of that position because it's not a debate up for a question. Numbers are what they are. You can't disagree about that. You can't have alternative numbers. No.
Counting.
Stop talking over me and let someone who actually knows speak for once. And I know that's different.
He knows all of the things, all of the numbers, his own numbers.
Good for you, James.
Why are you so rude, Charlie? It's not my fault.
Rude.
It's not my fault. You've just made.
You are the rudest person on the radio because you sit there with your
I'm the
twiddling your
second.
knobs.
I'm the second rudest person on the radio at the moment. At this moment, Charlie, it's not my fault. You're feeling silly. It's now 2024.
Blah blah blah.
He's been on the phone for 4 minutes and he's already going blah blah blah. Honestly, the next hippy dippy, get him on, Dylan. Get him on, mate. He's absolutely prime candidate for it. Fucking brain dead.
The point is, I know what I'm talking about. You don't, and you won't listen.
I'll be quiet for a full 60 seconds.
Fantastic. Right, okay, I'll tell you why it's different when a farmer inherits a farm and when I inherit my parents' house. So when I inherit my parents' house, my personal house, my job, my pension, my investments, they are all protected. Do you understand that?
It's not true. You have inheritance tax to pay on the estate that you inherit from your parents. You just pay double what you would on farmland.
No. My job is protected. I pay inheritance on the asset I inherit.
Yes, the asset.
Yeah, exactly. So my house.
And the farm isn't that.
Not
Well, I'm supposed to be quiet. Carry on. But if you say things that aren't true, I have to interrupt.
My house is not impacted by me inheriting my parents' house. Do you agree with that? My personal income, my personal job, my personal investments are not impacted by me inheriting my parents' house.
Well, unless it's a B&B and you work there or something like that, unless the property is part of your business. But this is about agricultural land.
Right, okay, so now let's talk about agricultural land. So when a farmer inherits his farm that he's been working on for all of his life, that is his
not
house.
necessarily. We just spoke. But you've had 60 seconds
so
now.
You're talking over people again, James.
But you're not making sense, Charlie.
Well, you haven't let me finish.
Okay,
you haven't let me finish, James.
You finish then, Charlie.
So when a farmer inherits his farm and he can't afford to pay that inheritance tax because it's hundreds of thousands of pounds and he only makes £30,000 a year.
Well, can we crunch the numbers quickly?
That's okay. In order for you to pay hundreds of thousands of pounds in tax, the estate would have to be worth, I don't even know, 10 million maybe. So if you've got a fucking estate worth 10 million, how are you only earning 30 grand a year? Like, that's ridiculous. Like, in order to pay hundreds of thousands in tax, you'd have to have a massive estate with huge amounts of equipment and assets involved. Because again, you're only paying 20% tax on, was it $1 million or $1.5 million? Absolutely mental.
His home, James.
Can we crunch the numbers quickly?
Yeah, by all means.
So hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of tax, presuming, of course, that it's passed from spouse to spouse and then to heir. So it's in excess of £3 million. So for hundreds of thousands of pounds at a 20% tariff, regardless of what the figure is, the percentage is 20%. You'd have to be living in an estate worth sort of £6, £7, or £8 million.
No, 4.5 million, James.
No, hundreds of thousands of pounds. You said.
4.5, yeah, exactly.
So that's 1.5 million, 20% of 1.5 million over 10 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So and bear in mind, you don't pay anything on the first million. So 20% would be what? So let's say it's 200 grand for every million over $1 million. So you'd need to be on. Yeah, you'd need to be millions of pounds. It would need to be £4 or £5 million before you started paying that level of tax at all. Yeah, that's bollocks. That's absolute bollocks, yeah.
Ed Kflogan 1875. If the parents are married, after both dies, the amount would be both the 1.5 million allowances, so it would be £3 million total.
So assuming spouse to spouse and then kid, yeah, it's 3 million before you pay a penny in tax. £3 million. Now, to be fair, land has increased in value significantly, even though this guy doesn't seem to understand the concept of inflation. Land has gone up massively, at least in part because of people like Jeremy Clarkson buying up lots of land as a way of trying to avoid tax. Therefore, because extra demand and a finite amount of actual land and therefore, asset available drives up the price, pricing out farmers, right? Again, it's sort of been, large sections of the country have been ethnically cleansed of working class people, basically, because of this. So prices have increased significantly. So £3 million of land is not necessarily as much as your mind's eye might think, but it's still very fucking significant. If you've got £3 million worth of land, you are earning more than 30 grand a year. You just fucking are. There's no way you're not doing that. If you're not, you probably shouldn't be a farmer. You really shouldn't be a farmer because you're not good at it. You're clearly not capable of running a farm. You should probably sell it off. At least then you'd have £3 million with which to live on or to start some other business that you're better at. And again, that's £3 million before you start paying any fucking inheritance tax.
And how are you going to pay that?
40% for everybody else.
How are you going to pay that when you earn 25 grand a year?
The same. Well, I don't. How can you possibly be arguing, Charlie? Charlie.
My house is protected. When a farmer inherits his farm, his house is at risk.
Why don't you sell some?
Firstly, it's not really his farm; it's his parents' farm, which is the point. Now, to be fair, they've probably put in a lot of work, so on a kind of moral level, you could argue it's their farm, but it's not actually their farm. They didn't start the farm. Now, I again, if it's actually a case of a farmer wanting to carry on farming, yeah, I don't mind us not fucking taxing that person. Or at least not taxing them that much. But what I can't stand is the idea of like lords that have just been getting away with passing on huge amounts of estates for nothing, for decades, whilst everyone else is getting fucked over. Literally, like, we're having this argument that at the same time we're saying, like, oh, it's okay to freeze pensioners. Fuck the pensioners. Who gives a shit? But at the same time, we should feel sorry for someone who's inheriting millions of pounds worth of land and that they shouldn't have to pay any tax whatsoever. Are you fucking serious? Are you fucking serious? You want me to feel sorry for you inheriting millions of pounds of land? Fuck me. Unbelievable. And they're being asked to pay half the inheritance tax everyone else is. half, and they're bitching like this. Honestly, fucking pave over the lot of it.
Some stuff.
Like what, James?
Well, some of you,
Who's going to buy it?
some of your land.
Who's going to buy it? Who's going to buy it?
I don't know. Lots of people are trying to buy land. We spoke to.
That's the funny
What
thing.
do you want a name?
Another farmer's not going to buy it,
John.
are they?
John's going to buy it.
Farmer,
John is going to buy it.
John's going to build solar panels on it.
John, I don't know what he's going to do with it, but he's going to. But you asked me who was going to buy it. Which
Okay, I don't mind him putting up solar panels. We need energy as well. Like, we need... That's also another problem, is that we don't have enough energy infrastructure. So, yeah, I don't mind him putting solar panels up. Cool. Yeah, let's do that.
But you don't recognise...
We've had the
You're
offers
shouting at
for
me
solar
again.
panels. We've had the offers for wind farms.
Well, there you go.
We've
Then
had
what
the
are you
offers-
complaining about?
Because we don't want to concrete over the land. I know you're a townie. I know you're happy living in your liberal elite world of London.
Call him woke. Call him woke. You know you wanna. Call him woke. You have to. It's obligatory, isn't it? You live around conveniences and concrete, therefore you're a liberal. You're made of soy, even though I grow soy on my farm. Maize balls.
The countryside is the countryside. It's where our food comes from, James.
So you've been
seem
offered.
To have forgotten that.
You
seem to have forgotten that, haven't you, James?
Charlie, you
can't
don't.
accept it.
Okay, mate. I'm going to have a
I'm
little.
not your mate. I hate you.
I'm
I think you're an idiot.
Okay.
I think you're a lefty, liberal, woke idiot.
Hey, he did it! Oh, I'm so proud of you, angry farmer. I'm so proud of you. You're a woke lefty idiot. Jesus. Ooh, the NPC levels are off the charts right now.
Okay, Charlie. The thing about solar panels, or indeed wind farms, is that they create energy. Now, can you think of any profession?
I'm an electrical engineer, James. I know how that works.
Can you think of any profession you have some experience of that uses a lot of energy?
Yeah, absolutely.
What?
I'm an electrical engineer, James. So all of the things I do.
Hang on, hang on. So he's not a fucking engineer. Hang on. Oh God. So he's not a farmer. LBC, can I just point something out to you? Whoever titles your videos, the YouTube people that work for you, maybe get them to listen to the clip to understand what's actually in the thing, because he literally just said that he's an electrical engineer. So why you have said angry farmer when he isn't a farmer? He is angry. To be fair, you are 50% correct. I will give you angry. He is that. A farmer, he is not. By his own admission, he's an electrical engineer. Also, what's your beef with the fucking solar panels then, you dopey bastard? You're an electrical engineer. Surely you think that's a good thing, right? Surely you're aware of this.
He farms electrons.
He does farm electrons. That is true. That's how it works. You plant the electric seeds, and then you wait for the AC/DC summer, and then you farm the electrons. Technically, it's immigrants who are collecting the electrons, really, for below minimum wage, really. But that is how it works. Since the Brexit, though, we've had electrons just rotting in the fields. Crazy. Thank you for the bits.
Oh, okay. So finding ways to produce energy. At the moment, what's rapeseed oil used for?
Oil, cooking oil for a start.
No, what's it used for? It's used to produce energy, right?
No, cooking oil.
That's heat.
No.
Yes.
Cooking oil, James. When you go and get a bottle of oilseed rape out your cupboard, where do you think...
Okay. I know you're not a farmer. You're an electrical engineer, as you say. But are you aware of the concept of things being used in multiple ways? Are you aware of that, friend? Because you can do lots of things with various types of crop. And indeed with pastoral farming. You can get meat, you can get leather, you can get wool, things like that. You have a range of produce from a farm. And rapeseed oil can be used, as you say, for cooking oil. It can also be used to run motors in electrical generators. That's a thing.
It came from.
That's not all the rapeseed.
The
The industrial production of oil is part of the energy production process, and the same is true of solar panels. Mate, they are telling you that they're going to give you money with which you can then pay your inheritance tax, and you're saying, I don't want it. I want to carry on earning a pittance.
Exactly.
Oh, well, then we're in agreement then.
We're farming an outstanding area of natural beauty. We don't want to see solar panels there. I'm shocked, but not surprised that you do.
Well, I don't like fossil fuels.
Oh, well, in that case, let's tarmac the countryside.
No, let's...
Okay, let's hear him out. He's cooking with rapeseed oil.
Doesn't like fossil fuels. Let's tarmac the AOMBs. Let's tarmac them. Yeah, get some solar farms on there. Yeah, why not, James?
I think
hey, James, you like immigrants. You probably want to see some homes there as well, don't you?
What? What did I say earlier about bigotry begetting bigotry? What the fuck has immigrant got to do with anything here? Why did he bring that into the question? Why did that come up at all? Also, even if we don't accept a single immigrant ever again, we still need lots more houses. We don't have enough. Well, technically we do have enough houses. It's just they're owned by Russians that don't live there. But in theory, because unfortunately we won't, seize those houses and put people in them, we need to build lots more houses. Lots more houses. So it's got nothing to do with immigrants. It's that we haven't been building houses for the better part of 50 fucking years now. So we need to build more houses. Like, presumably you enjoy living in a house, my friend. I presume you don't actually live in a cave or something. Why did you bring up immigrants at all there? It's got nothing to do with liking immigrants. It's to do with the fact that we need more fucking houses. Also, you specifically, my friend, are not a good example of why we shouldn't pave over the countryside. You don't make me feel less inclined to tarmac the entire fucking thing. If it annoys you personally. Angry electrical engineer from Weymouth. By the way, I've been to Weymouth. Lovely place. Well, it has its points. If it annoys you, dear caller, I'm more for it. Absolutely. Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah, he's going to bring up the transes. Well, actually, no, we're nearly at the end of the call. He probably doesn't get that far. But another 5 minutes of ranting, he'd have been onto the transoids. Definitely.
Down with Holmes.
When was the last time you went to a farm?
Down with Holmes.
When was the last time you went to a farm?
When was the last time I went to a farm? Is that a trick question?
No.
About 3 months ago.
3 months ago, right. What was you doing on that farm?
I was buying pumpkins.
Right, okay. So you've never
less than three.
To a working farm.
I grew up on a working farm. This is such a strange argument. In a sentence, I grew up on a working farm. I probably should have mentioned that sooner. I grew up just outside Kidderminster in Worcestershire. The farmers are all around Chaddesley, Corbett, and that area.
So what? Your dad was a farmer?
No, I've explained several. Do you listen to this program?
So when you? No, I don't.
Well, how can you have such strong?
I think you're an idiot.
How can you have such strong views about me then?
Because the few.
On the point of people growing up on farms, and by the way, I don't deny for a second that he grew up on a farm. What I do deny is Keir Starmer and his Walter Mitty-like childhood existence. There we go. Amazing. Fucking amazing. He's such a liar. He lies about everything. He literally claimed that he grew up on a farm. My first job was on a farm, and I am from a rural family. Dickhead, you spent the entire thing going on about how your dad was a fucking toolmaker. What? A farm? Farm-based toolmaker? You lie about everything, mate. Like, is there any... What's going to happen next? There's going to be, like, a story about space or something. There's going to be a story about, like, space travel. NASA did some shit, and they found aliens. And he's just going to come out and be like, I grew up on the moon. My dad was a moon rock maker. Like, it just makes any shit up. He's just so full of fucking garbage.
Times I have listened to you, I heard how you speak to people. You talk over them and cut them off, like you've done to me.
Down with that sort of thing, Charlie?
You are down with that, I know. That's what you
I
love.
mean down with talking over people and shouting at them.
Oh, I'll shout at you. I'll give you everything that you try and give me.
I've tried to give you a fair hearing.
You haven't. You haven't at all.
Okay.
I pointed the facts to you and you won't accept it.
Okay.
You know nothing, James. Stick in your London liberal lefty wokeism.
Wokeism! Wokeism! Oh, I love it.
10:53.
That's all you need. Love it. Bravo. Yeah, that's... His farm dog was Leica. What a reference point. Amazing. Anyway, God almighty. Sorry. I see that the space theme has worked well with you. You seem to have responded well to that. Nice. Yeah, fuck this protest shit. You've gotten away with this for far too long. Pay your reasonable share of tax, you rich bastards. That's all I'll say. To your average farmer, I've got no problem. To rich pricks trying desperately to avoid tax, like Jeremy Clarkson or Farage or whoever, get wrecked. Get fucking wrecked, mate. Unbelievable. So, moving on slightly, and this is where we bridge from America, so from Britain to America. Novara Media. British leftoid channel, and I just want to say before we get going, I do a regular shows. In fact, I literally did a show 2 nights ago with No Justice MTJ, who is a host for Novara Media and a regular contributor. Everything I am about to say has nothing to do with her. The things I'm about to say do not reflect necessarily her opinions in any way whatsoever. I don't wish to get her into trouble with her employer. And this has got nothing to do with like her relationship to this company. But I will be making criticisms of this company. Again, criticisms from me, not from her. Although everyone should go and follow No Justice MTG on the various platforms, of course. So, Anna Kasparian, who we've talked about before, host of the Young Turks, and fully paid up Why I Left the Left member, which is, you know, a grift that many former TYT hosts have done. They've rarely done it while still at TYT, though. They usually wait until they leave. But she's gone full bore with it, and she's now, basically just a right-wing fucking lunatic. So obsessed with birthing persons and such that she's basically just a turf piece of shit, let's be honest. And she's being interviewed on Novara Media by apparently, seemingly, another turf piece of shit. Because I always had some amount of time for Michael Walker, the man you see on your screen right now. He is a regular host of Novara Media as well. And unfortunately, it turns out a bit of a turf cunt himself. Here is a tweet of his, where he's retweeting this stuff about left liberal people and how they're out of touch and blah, 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 right? And he says, the reason the quote-unquote fairness in sports thing, unquote, is a successful tactical wedge is because it's where turfs have a point. Already big red flags going up, right? TERFs also have a bunch of fringe and unpleasant ideas which should see them isolated, but they get a free pass because anyone sympathetic to trans rights but not fully signed up to the entire menu of TRA doctrine gets labelled a revolting TERF and never wants to speak on the issue again. I want to focus on the phrase TRA doctrine. For those who don't know, maybe you're not ensconced in the world of TERF nonsense on the internet. TRA stands for trans rights activist. It's a phrase they use essentially as a dog whistle to say transoid or something far more offensive. Anyone who uses a phrase like TRA doctrine, whilst also, by the way, retweeting people like Jesse Signal, is a piece of shit. I'm just going to come out and say that straight away. You are a garbage person who is... The brain worms are eating your grey matter, clearly. Moronaka was literally just about to get onto this. He did technically delete this tweet and then retweet exactly the same thing, minus TRA doctrine. And I think he put something else like I can't remember the exact phrasing he used, but he basically took away some of the TERF, like, signalling of it. But essentially it's exactly the same message. And the fact that he would even use the phrase TRA doctrine, like, any person who would be a comrade of mine would never use a phrase like TRA doctrine. That's some, like, gay panic shit. That's like the gay agenda. The trans agenda. That's what that is. You're like... it's like JQing about queer stuff, I guess. That's what you're doing there. The TRA doctrine. Like it's some sort of philosophy, rather than just trans people should be allowed to fucking live. It's disgusting. It's fucking disgusting. You're a grotesque person. It's both sides in nonsense. So naturally, they got Michael Walker, that piece of shit, to talk to Anna Kasparian. So it's turf on turf nonsense. I wonder, journalistically speaking, whether that's particularly appropriate, given that I don't think he's going to push her hard enough on any of her transphobia. Do you? Let's take a look, shall we?
Welcome to Novara Live. I'm Michael Walker, coming to you with a massive show tonight, right? Really, really big. We're talking about what could be the UK's Gilets jaunes moment. I hope I pronounced that right. Ash, you've been out talking to angry farmers today. Are you feeling energized? Are you feeling angry?
Oh, this is the intro bit. Fuck off.
The end. I'm joined by a special guest live from Los Angeles, Anna Kasparian. How's it going?
It's going well. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
And I'm sure all of our audience already knows Anna Kasparian. She's the executive producer and host of The Young Turks, an incredibly popular US news show. It's always been a bit of an inspiration for us. We're always trying to catch up with you over there.
He's saying that like that's a good thing. He's saying that like a good thing. We're trying to catch up with you. We want to be like the Young Turks. You know the Young Turks, the channel that no one likes? The channel that leftists now despise? We're trying to be like that. Well, I mean, if you want to die as a company, go for it. Have at it. And by the way, that's why you should go and support Turn Left. Turn Left Media are not sellout cunts.
So thank you for joining us. I suppose I wanted to get you on to catch up to see how you guys are feeling 2 weeks after the second election of Donald Trump. What's your mood? How are you feeling?
Well, in terms of the shock of Trump winning a second term, I didn't really feel much of that shock. I kind of saw it coming, to be quite frank. But I do feel that a lot of people on the left really did think that Kamala Harris was, going to sweep the swing states and beat Donald Trump, especially with all of the, terminology used against Trump that was scary, meant to fearmonger, to be quite honest. And I just knew it wasn't going to work because there were real concerns and frustrations that were being communicated by voters again and again. And I felt that those concerns were being ignored.
Now, Who wants to take bets on this? Is she going to mention economic concerns, or is she going to go, transies? They were mentioning the transies. And even though Kamala Harris did nothing to support trans people during the election, it was the trans people that were the problem. Woke. We'll see.
Economic concerns, some concerns having to do with immigration and crime. And I think that Trump actually managed to run a very successful campaign in terms of messaging. And I think that the way he campaigned this time around was really underestimated from beginning to end. And I think people are starting to wake up to what the Democrats got wrong and how they really do need to recalibrate their messaging, but more importantly, the policies in which they choose to focus most of their energy. And, you know, I have a theory that the Democratic Party, which used to be thought of as the party of FDR, the party that looks out for the working class, has become less so because of the, you know, corporate capture of the party through limitless corporate campaign donations to Democratic politicians. Obviously, Republican politicians enjoy that as well. But as you have this two-party system where both sides become more and more similar to one another on the bread and butter issues, the way they differentiate themselves tends to be some of the cultural or social issues. And what I've noticed is, you know, the Democratic Party or the left in general has gotten more and more extreme with some of those.
Yeah, you should become more like that. You should honestly, Novara Media, you should just sell all marginalised people under the river.
Of the sausages.
I think it's time to steal some of Nanometer Team and to launch Kev's Daily-ish News, Randomness and Sports Rants Media Company.
I'm all for it, Kieran, if someone else puts in all of the effort. I find it difficult to run one stream, but if someone else wants to do that, that would be awesome. Yeah, Novara Media, if you want to become like the Young Turks and just sell all of marginalised people down the river and watch as everyone turns away from you, go for it, I guess. I won't be around to find out what the results of that will be, because I will stop listening to you just as I've stopped listening to the Young Turks. Especially with shit like this. I asked Elon... So this is Cenk Uygur, Anna's partner in crime. Not that I'm suggesting they've committed any felonies. I asked at Elon Musk to put me in charge of cutting the Pentagon. By the way, Cenk, I'm just going to put this out there right now to both Cenk and Elon Musk and whoever else. There are many things you'll be able to cut from the US government. You'll almost certainly be able to get away with destroying and getting rid of the Department of Education. It'll be a disaster, but you can do it. You could probably get rid of the EPA. Again, ditto, it would be a disaster, but you could probably do it. If you try for a second to cut the Pentagon, you are going to get JFK'd. You are going to get fucking ended, okay? Cenk, if you think for a second, if Elon Musk put you in charge of cutting the Pentagon, your arse wouldn't touch the seat in your office before a fucking red dot appeared at the back of your head and a bullet went through it. You don't need that smoke. You couldn't handle it. You are dealing with powers far beyond your kin. Okay? It's over. I mean, I'm just saying that now. I'm just making that prediction right now. If either of them try any of that shit, it doesn't even matter that Elon Musk is the richest man on earth, or supposedly. You'll get fucking murdered. You will absolutely get killed. But, you know, have at it. If that's what you want, go for it. Anyway, so Cenk Uygur asked Elon Musk, apparently, if he could be in charge of cutting the Pentagon. And he said, quote, what, or not quote, but he said, what are your suggestions? I run the largest left-wing, quote, news, network online, and a Democratic leader has never asked me that question. The idea that they would take advice from a populist is disdainful to them. Okay. Cenk, have you ever been humoured in your entire life? Are you aware of the concept of being humoured? Are you aware of someone who considers themselves better than you talking to you like you're a fucking child in order to just placate your feelings, because they consider themselves so far above you that they don't want you to like start crying on them or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, they're just humouring you. They're going through the motions so as not to cause a scene. Did you ever consider that might be it? Do you ever consider that the reason that Democrats don't do that is because not that they're different from Elon Musk in that they don't give a fuck about you. It's that they're serious human beings who don't even waste their time with noticing you. Just because Senpai noticed you, that's because he doesn't do anything. Democratic politicians, whether you like them or don't like them, have a job that they do. Not very well, or very effectively, or with good intention, but they do actually have like meetings to attend and stuff like that. Whereas Elon Musk sits around all day snorting the entire world up his nose and getting, verbally and very possibly literally wanked off by yes men and tweeting. That's all he does. So the fact that he responded to you is because he has nothing better to do. Because his children don't want to know him. All of his ex-wives have left. Like, if Kanye West isn't responding to him, like, he'll throw a bone your way. You're the Kanye West sloppy seconds overflow. That's what you are to him. He won't take a single idea of yours seriously. You're a joke for suggesting that he ever fucking would. Get over yourself.
Policy stances, and they kind of missed the fact that there were voters in a lot of Democratic strongholds who did not like these policies and really were hoping that Democrats would change course, but they refused to do so. So it was really a double-edged sword. You had the fear of re-electing someone like Donald Trump, but on the other hand, you had this very real frustration among working-class voters. They felt that their needs weren't being met, and then on top of that, the issues that Democrats tended to harp on, not just during Kamala Harris's campaign, but for years prior to her campaign, were the types of issues that impacted such a tiny group of people. I think voters were just confused before.
Yeah, they've been too good to the transoids. That's why they lost. Is a serious thing that this fucking idiot wants you to believe. And not just this idiot, various other of the same why I left the left idiots are doing the same shit. They focus too much on the transies. How? In what fucking way? What did they actually do for trans people at all? Not a lot. Oh no, sorry. They did allow them to get their legs blown off for American imperialism. Brilliant. So we should sell down the river some of the only people who actually support genuine leftism, because we want to chase fucking weirdo freaks in the Midwest. Cool. What a great coalition you're building.
Fuddled why all of this attention was being paid to cultural issues that really didn't impact a broader base of Democratic voters.
And I suppose one of the reasons I was most interested to talk to you today is because obviously we're in an interesting situation as journalists, in the sense that it's very unusual for a president to get elected for a second time, not re-elected, but elected for a second time, and let alone a politician is
literally only the second time it's ever happened. That's actually one of the reasons I'm annoyed with this election happening the way it did, is that it was always my one big historical fact that Grover Cleveland was the only multiple-term, non-consecutive president in American history. And as of January, he will no longer be that. He'll still be the first, but the first of two. And that is very annoying for me. Now, of course, the destruction that the second Trump presidency will do will outweigh that annoyance pretty significantly. It will be subsumed within that much greater aggravation. But it's still there, and it will hurt for a long time. Hello there, Tox. Welcome to the Kevolution. Much love to you. And thank you, Jason Ashby. Jason Ashby for becoming a member. Much fucking love to you. I've been a member for a long time and it only says 1 month. Lol. Yeah, I think it does. It just says 1 month every month, doesn't it? I think if you want it to count up like that, I think you have to do it on Twitch. I think, I don't know. Play.
Unusual as Donald Trump. And I suppose in my head, I've got this sort of script, which is Donald Trump gets elected. Everyone's completely shocked. Sort of the media gets a little bit, hysterical, understandably. You have these huge marches. The resistance grows. Channels like your own would have sort of, I imagine, sort of got a lot of traction in that moment because everyone was feeling sort of very politically frustrated, angry, confused. I suppose I want to know, how different does it feel this time around, 8 years later? And I suppose, how do you think you're going to...
That's a really good sort of thing he's hitting on, albeit in a really dumb way. But I think, they refer to themselves as the resistance. The resistance libs. I saw someone else describe the TYT grift thing as being like the Vichy, the Vichy liberals. And I'm like, that's so true. They are the Vichy liberals. They will just run fucking defense. They're technically not Trump supporters, but they're effectively they're running defense for Trump, right? It's that fucking shit. God damn.
going to be approaching this differently? Because I know you've also been on a bit of a political journey yourself.
Yes.
You've been on a... This is fucking tragic. Honestly, I don't know in good faith that I can continue to support Novara Media at all. You've got Turf 1 talking to Turf 2 going, you've been on an interesting political journey. Not, why are you like a rabid fucking knobhead? Why are you a right-wing prick going on about bonus holes every 5 seconds? Like, she has the temerity to say that the left has focused on social issues too much when she spent the last 2 years losing her fucking mind about trans people. Because she saw a pamphlet once that said birthing person. Shut the fuck up, man. Like, again, as with all right-wingers, and she is the most assuredly that now, every accusation is a confession. She has spent too much time talking about and thinking about fucking trans people or homeless people or whatever. She really is the fucking absolute pinnacle of California liberal. She's okay with some of the queer community, but the homeless need to be minced into a fine paste. Unbelievable shit, man. Fucking grotesque. Thank you to Fulmar Music, who says, BANG! Which I presume is an assassination attempt. I'm going to take that as an assassination attempt. And start wearing like a thing on my ear. Because it definitely got hit by a bullet, honest.
I'm definitely approaching Trump's second term differently in that I'm much more skeptical of corporate media narratives about what he's up to. Or
oh my god, she's literally doing it. She's literally doing it. So I'm much more skeptical about when they tell me he's doing evil shit. I'm just going to say, like, no, it's fine, actually, because the media said so. She's literally doing... She's literally doing the thing. She's literally doing the thing. This is fucking tragic.
Or what his administration is going to do. There have been stories published in The Atlantic, for instance, that have been completely debunked in regard to things that Donald Trump allegedly said behind the scenes. And then you find out, other individuals in the room.
Call it fake news. Call it fake news and call them the Lugenpresser. Why not? Just start wearing a red hat.
room, heard something entirely different. So, you know, when I come across these stories with unnamed sources, it doesn't mean that the story isn't credible, but I'm a little more skeptical and I tend to wait a little longer before analyzing or commenting on something that he's been accused of doing or something that he's going to implement. But more importantly, I think what has happened with me is that I no longer view the Democratic Party as the party that has the moral high ground on anything, to be quite frank. I mean, what has happened in Gaza, in the West Bank, now in Lebanon, has happened under a Democratic president's watch. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris refuse to show even an ounce of humility or an ounce of willingness to change on the issue of their unwavering support toward Israel, regardless of what that Israeli government carries out. And so that really soured me on the Democratic Party, because how are you going to tell me that you care about marginalized people, people of color, all of this, when the Democratic administration is currently overseeing the slaughter of so many innocent civilians in Gaza, and he refuses to change course. He refuses to see this as the...
Well, I shall see how she approaches this under a Trump presidency.
Incorrect course of action. And really, I just really sound...
Like, the basic point is not incorrect. Like, literally, one of the things I will most remember about this election campaign is Kamala Harris going, I'm speaking, as people are like protesting about slaughtered babies. And like the libs going, woo, girl boss. She's not speaking anymore, is she?
On Democrats after that. But then on top of this, you know, issue, you know, you have the Biden administration really nickel and diming the American people when it came to his own agenda, his own presidential agenda. And when I say he's nickel and diming, I'm really talking about how Biden empowered some of the corporate Democrats in the Senate to essentially torpedo some of the economic policies that would have really benefited working Americans, including an extension of the child tax credit. He allowed it to expire. That is going to have a very negative impact on the perception that voters have toward the Democratic Party. And then on top of that, you know, they just keep digging their heels more and more on incredibly unpopular social issues, including, you know, this ongoing nonsense about how we need to be soft on crime because...
There we go. I was thinking, I'm not sure. He's going to go one of two ways here. Either transes or homeless/crime. Because those are her two bugbears. It's, I was attacked by a homeless person once, therefore all homeless people need to be thrown off a cliff onto some spikes made of steel, right? That's her thing. Or trans people exist and that annoys me. That's her two bugbears.
Prosecuting people who have committed violent crimes. So supposedly doesn't work, except it does. And when you don't prosecute and you just allow people, you know, to get booked on violent crimes again and again and again, and you just keep releasing people out on the streets without any real plan, any real rehabilitation, people are...
Yeah, ACAB very much includes Anna Kasparian.
We're going to start getting angry. And I found myself in that camp.
And I suppose...
Again, she's a very typical liberal. A bad thing happened to her one time, which means that her entire outlook has changed now. Everything about it. To the point where she's now like, Trump's not so bad. Because one time a homeless was near her. Ooh. Now, I'm being a bit facetious there. She did actually undergo a seemingly a very unpleasant incident in her life. And that's bad, but that shouldn't change every fucking aspect of your belief system. Like, you should let it inform, your lived experience informs your beliefs, sure. But she's, like, flipped 180 on lots of shit. Can we see what Emma Vigeland was like on this Novara media? Can we see what Emma Vigeland was like on this Novara media? What is that? I don't know what you mean. Was she interviewed by Novara? Because if so, that's dope. I'd watch that. But, like, I don't know.
When it comes to Trump, I mean, I tuned into your show the other night. I can't remember exactly what day it was, but I was a bit taken aback by how sort of, I suppose, relaxed you seemed. Sort of, I think you were talking about RFK Jr. being nominated to be health secretary. And, you know, you and Cenk were both talking about, your colleague Cenk Uga, we were talking about, you know, all of the really dodgy, crazy positions he had, but then it's also saying, yeah, but he's got a point here and there, you know, when it comes to the power of big...
Well, because Cenk Uga and Anna Kasparian are rich enough that the polio outbreak that he's going to cause won't affect them. Because they can afford, like, the best healthcare that America has. So when smallpox becomes a currency in parts of America in the next 4 years, it won't affect them. They'll be fine.
Big Pharma, for example, maybe he's got a point. Maybe let's see how it goes. And I suppose, are you really sort of approaching the next 4 years with, I suppose, let's give Trump the benefit of the doubt? I mean, is that fair to say?
Well, I mean, what choice do we have? The Democrats, can I curse? I don't know if I can.
You can curse. You can curse.
The Democrats, yeah, they got their asses beat. I mean, Donald Trump is the first Republican president since 2004 to not just win the Electoral College, he won the popular vote. Democrats need to wake up. And so the way that I see it is, okay, I can scream and shout and have a temper tantrum on every episode of The Young Turks over the fact that Donald Trump got elected, and as someone who won the popular vote, he's got a lot more political capital to choose who his appointments will be, choose which policies he's going to pursue. It's not like he was hiding the ball. He campaigned consistently on specific issues, including, you know, the tariffs, of course, including, you know, wiping out the administrative state in our federal government, firing a bunch of, you know, career staffers and administrators. And he's, of course, talked about the mass deportations. It's not like he hid any of that. And so who am I to have a temper tantrum over the fact that the vast majority, not the vast, but the majority of American voters decided to cast their ballots for the guy who didn't hide the ball?
It wasn't even that. No. He won the popular vote as in against the Democratic candidate. But if you add in all of the people who did vote, more voted not for Trump. So he didn't even win the majority of the electorate that voted. Let alone the fact that 2/3 don't vote, or not 2/3, a third, whatever, don't vote. I mean, honestly, could you be more of a scumbag and just be like, yeah, like it's fine actually. Like, I'm really relaxed about the fact that he's going to do mass deportations. I could be angry about it, but why would I give a fuck? Amazing. Hang on, what's this? What is this? Oh, hang on, Emma Vigeland, okay.
With the Majority Report, one of its hosts. And we're going to see what she thinks has happened in this catastrophic election for the Democrat Party.
The Democrats are in a way worse position, in my view, than they even were in 2016, because there was always still that opportunity, like, okay, we can get back that Bernie momentum, he'll run again. Now they've crushed that part of the party, and they've tried to reorient their coalition towards people making over $100,000 more a year, a professional managerial class, that even with the fact that they've become more pro-labor than under the neoliberal Obama era, their constituency that they cultivated in the never-Trump era, that will have ripple effects going forward unless they course correct really quickly.
The Democrat Party is a party of deep contradictions at the moment. It's the party of liberal managerialism and ostensibly, at least historically, the working class. It's the party of the ceasefire and the party of the genocide. It's the party of, like, all these different things.
Yeah.
What is a coherent coalition that can emerge in 4 years' time and beat J.D. Vance, who will almost certainly be the candidate in 2028?
First off, that's really poor analysis. I don't think J.D. Vance will be the next candidate. Why would he be? What? Like, Trump isn't even, like, with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is, like, already not Trump's guy. If you look at all of the celebratory, like, pictures with like, oh, Elon Musk on the plane eating cold McDonald's and all that shit. Where the fuck is JD Vance? Where is he? He's nowhere to be fucking seen. He's not around. He's not a part of the Trump campaign. He's not MAGA's anointed heir.
Democrats have to be bold, they have to be unabashed, and they have to be for the working class, which includes policy proposals that aren't just maintaining the Affordable Care Act. It's single-payer health care. We're going to deliver for you. This is our vision and how we're going to get it done in a way that's material and easily digestible. They have to embrace the anti-war movement, which creates legitimacy with groups who, in this country, who are victims of colonization or U.S.
He did have RFK eat a Big Mac, and I can't help but feel that that's like a rite of passage. Like, he said to RFK, like, if you're one of us, you have to eat the Big Mac. And even his brainworm was like, no, don't hit the Big Mac. And he was like, and that was just him trying to talk. Oh, fuck, cancel me, I don't care.
Empire, and that's non-white people. You can be clear on opposing war, opposing genocide, and then also building up.
Natalie, by the way, hello Natalie, I haven't seen you in a while. Much love to you, I hope you're doing well. Elon Musk technically can't run to be president of the United States. He's not a natural born American citizen. So he literally can't, like, not to pull a long form birth certificate of, trutherism thing. Like, he literally can't. He's literally not allowed to run to be president, in the same way that Chen Qiuge also wasn't. So, Well, Natalie, quite rightly, you say for now, but that would need the passage of a bill through both houses of Congress, and then the presidency, and then 2/3 of the states to ratify. Now, there are enough liberal states that there is no fucking way in this world they would get 2/3 to ratify to allow the change of the Constitution. That's the only way you can change the Constitution. So, look, he literally won't be allowed to.
Systems where we're proposing things like single payer, proposing things like actually free college for all, so we don't have to put bankers in between you and your education. There is no way out but through, and through means creating an alternative that is both bold and also inclusive enough to bring these folks over, because unfortunately, we could have gone two ways in the era of Trumpism. We could have gone the Bernie way and we could have gone the Trump way. And the Democrats chose, by crushing the Bernie movement, to go that other way. And we see the results of that. So it's not going to be easy.
Is Donald Trump going to become a fascist president?
I think, fascist is a tough word, right? I think he ran a fascist campaign in many ways. This imagining of a mythologized past, the otherizing and targeting of minorities, and the enemy from within. These are
no economic insecurities. That's all. That was just, it's economic insecurities. No racism.
Dissenters. I mean, that's fascist language. And then, of course, like the corporatization of the government as well, just handing it over to Elon or handing it over to whatever industry. All of the infrastructure is there, especially if the Republicans retain the House, which it appears that they likely will along slim margins. Fascist is a really intense word, and so I think it's a bit of a wait and see. But I do think that they're going to gut the administrative state in order to target whoever that they want to target.
Now, the problem is the old ratchet effect. Well sort of understood concept, I think, in American political terms. The idea of the ratchet that twists one way and then sticks in place, so that even when it swings back, it doesn't go back like a spanner would, and then it clicks back again, and it just carries on going one direction, basically. Explained very poorly, but you can look up what a fucking ratchet is if you don't know. The rightward movement of that, like, so they'll get rid of the Department of Education. The next president or the next Democratic candidate has to promise to get the fucking Department of Education back. They can't just take it up from there and then go, well, we wouldn't want to do anything vaguely left-wing like educate children. Do you know what I mean? Like, that you have to push back and push back further, not just push it back to where it was, but push it back further to a better fucking position. So at the very least, you make the job of the next incoming Republican more difficult in terms of destroying the fucking country. Because if you just allow a constant right-wing drift, you end up in the situation you are, where it doesn't matter how much you pander to the fucking evil cunts who want to, like, fucking put alligators in the fucking in a moat on the fucking border to eat migrants or something. Like, they're not going to vote for you. They're not going to. Fuck's sake.
The thing that may save us is that Donald Trump is the laziest person on the planet. I'm not even joking.
Literally. See, this is why people need to listen to her. She's got a fucking eye on the ball.
I think his primary goal in this race was to get out of jail and make sure that he didn't get locked up. And now those cases are going to go away. He's probably going to golf and fart around and give it over to Elon, or hand it over to JD Vance. But that's scary in and of itself, because Vance is actually ideologically a Christian nationalist, somebody who wants, like, almost a Viktor Orban style power.
A dickhead setting off fucking fireworks. Fuck. It's nearly 10 o'clock on a fucking Tuesday.
Politics of keeping women barefoot in the kitchen and subjugated, and they ran a campaign directed at the manosphere.
They did indeed. Thank you, Webber Historian, for gifting a sub. Much love.
They ran a campaign where, in the closing days, Trump was fantasizing about Kamala getting knocked out by Mike Tyson at his rallies, and was getting his audience to chant that she's a bitch. Like, you know, with abortion rights being on the ballot and this being the result, I don't know how you can't take away from it that at least the constituency that they want to build is one that wants to subjugate women and elevate men in a way that we see flare-ups of different kinds of racism or bigotry at different points in our society. I do think we're at a point right now where there's heightened misogyny, and you know, there's a whole separate conversation about the online media space that's enabled it, but Trump galvanized that anger, and that's something.
Like, I don't want to be too much of a I told you so, but I did tell you so. I was literally making this point 10 years ago. When I was doing the Descent of Manosphere, I did it because they were lighting fires underneath very, very dangerous people. And this is where you end up. To be honest, I thought there'd be slightly more by the way of terrorism than you get, rather than like a structured political movement, or somewhat structured political movement. But like, this is where it was going to end up. You could see the seeds of fascism within it all the way through. I wasn't pointing that out for the sake of it. Are there any Hindu festivals going on? No, I don't believe there are. And I don't think there are that many Hindus who live around here. There are people of colour, but they're largely Christians from... well, there are some African families. So they're not all African, obviously, but there are some. But yeah, Christians.
You know, we need to watch out for.
Anyway, you get the idea. Okay. Someone said, look at the comments underneath the Anna Kasparian video, because apparently they're interesting or whatever. But oh, hang on. Well, I had this loaded up 2 hours ago, so like, hang on a minute, I'll have to reload. We're at 10 minutes 50.
Hiring a bunch of, you know.
Anyway, let's have a look. Ash Sarkar is worth 1 million Lee Andersons. Keep your chin up. Okay, this one's quite funny. Some say Kasparian has fallen off, but I say she's always been a pretender. She started out a conservative until she got a spot on a somewhat left TYT. Now she's back showing her true NIMBY self, obfuscating her Trumpiness by pointing to the deficits of the Democratic Party. I clicked on this immediately thinking it was a discussion about Anna's shady, backhanded support of the Trump admin, but instead you're actually platforming her in a friendly way. What the fuck? Fair points. Very fair points. Hello there, Arizal or Dave in North London. Thank you for the 5 gifted. I will suck any and all of you. Or none if you don't want to. That's also fine. But those are the options. Anna being on here makes this channel sus. Ash is the only reason I'm here. That literally, I mean, Miss Hire already said in my chat that she's unsubscribed because of the thing I showed earlier with my being a transphobic prick. Like, this is the thing you need to bear in mind, lads. The support of people is not guaranteed. Okay? If you start acting like right-wing wankers, people will leave. So you can go searching for this new audience that you think exists, but you very much risk losing what you already have. Why is Anna Kasparian on Novara? This is weird. I don't have an issue with Novara platforming Kasparian per se. That said, I was hoping that you would use this opportunity to push back on Anna's recent rhetoric on crime and homelessness. Brackets, there is basically no difference between Anna and most Fox News hosts on this project. Lol. Her rhetoric surrounding trans people, as well as her denial of Project 2025, are also pretty concerning. I genuinely think that Novara is a greater pusher of left-wing ideas/arguments, but I think this interview definitely leaves a lot to be desired from Michael Walker. Very true. Anna going full Dave Rubin. Oh, that's a dagger. That's a dagger. It's also true. Anna Kasparian, really a problematic guest given her recent, at best, centre-right grift. What's wrong with Novara Media? Question mark. Right-wing shift? Question mark. We need a new left-wing British news channel. Honestly, Turn Left Media. Everyone go to Turn Left Media. They're the only fucking option left. I've been feeling something was off with Novara, but this confirmed my suspicions. This was my last straw. I am unsubbing after 4 years of supporting this channel and cancelling my subscription. Kasparian is full of shit. Trump was honest with his intentions, lol. Why platform her? Someone called me a fast breeder once. Sick and shameful. I don't even know if that's a joke or not. It's still funny. Yeah, the Anna Kasparian invite is pretty shit for credibility since she's been doing the Dave Rubin prep for the last half year, and as bookies started to say Trump would win low, and behold, suddenly calling Trump a fascist was, quote, making the word have no meaning. No Justice MTG is one of the best analysts, hosts and commentators on here, and it's disgusting to have a proto-turf on the show. Based and true-pilled. Anna's political journey is peculiar. Not for TYT. Sorry, is Anna trying to grift back the other way? Bye-bye Novara mediocre. Anna Kasparian, question mark. Translate to English? That was English, wasn't it? Well, that didn't do anything. Fuck you, Google Translate. A little girl grew up. Looks start to fade. Conservatism jumps in. Well, that's not okay to say. Are you defending the incompetent government and bashing the farmers? Oh, that's a different thing. That's because it's different parts of the thing. Anna and Walker both making their right-wing journey together. Basically. Yeah. Anna has an admirable iconoclastic perspective. Okay. Turf channel platforms are turf. Cool. God. Anna is an amazing journalist. What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, there was some in support, but yeah, there's plenty of people fucking angry about it. I mean, honestly, the more I'm seeing of this interview, the more I'm like, I think I might be done with Novara, in all honesty.
Career staffers and administrators. And he's, of course, talked about the mass deportations. It's not like he hid any of that. And so who am I to have a temper tantrum over the fact that the vast majority, not the vast, but the majority of American voters decided to cast their ballots for the guy who didn't hide the ball and was honest about what he wanted to do? Do I like Donald Trump? I don't. I don't like Donald Trump. I think we're in for four.
That's very interesting that you need to clarify that. I wouldn't have thought that a left-wing supposed journalist would need that to be clarified. I wouldn't have thought that, but apparently you do. Apparently you need to point out to people that you don't, in fact, like the evil fascist.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
Crazy, I know. Thank you, Jason Ashby, for gifting a sub. You are a legend. And thank you, oh my god, Lyrikill, for following. Welcome to the Kevolution.
Straight years of complete and utter chaos, and I'm not looking forward to that. But honestly, my ire right now is directed toward the Democratic Party. They did this. The fact that they were unable to beat Donald Trump should...
Are you not going to mention the fact that literally the two richest men on earth directly stepped in to win Donald Trump the election? They personally intervened in Elon Musk's case, probably illegally. Certainly the case is before the courts. In terms of his $1 million a day, fucking grifty bullshit. And it is a grift, by the way, because even though he's giving away $1 million a day, he's going to earn far more than that from the back scratching that Trump will do for him and his industry. He's going to earn tens of billions. At the American taxpayer's expense. And, well, to a degree, the British taxpayer, but that's hardly the point. Anyway. Oh, what was that? Hang on. What was the point she was making? 1 second.
The fact that
Oh, yeah. She's blaming the Democratic Party. No. Don't get me wrong. The Democratic Party do absolutely need some criticism. The fact that they didn't step in earlier with Biden is concerning. Literally, did you see him wandering off into the trees in the Amazon? His mind has gone completely. There's an amazing clip. He gives like a press conference thing because they're in the Amazon. Oh, they're in Brazil right now for the G20. Which, by the way, fun to see Western governments attacking other governments for not following the international law. Apparently, human rights law only applies if you're not Israel. Sorry, only applies if you're not Israel, yeah. So they're in the Amazon jungle, and he gives this press conference, and then there's like a path he's supposed to follow, like from the and he just wanders off into the trees, and I can't help but feel that they shouldn't have got him back. They should have just let him wander off into the trees, just let him grow wild, just let him go into the wild again. His days as a president are over. Just release him into the Amazon. Fuck it. How could that literally be worse? Anyway. But anyway, yeah. The Democratic Party are dog shit. The fact that Anna doesn't seem fit, doesn't seem remotely fit to criticise the fact that the two richest men on earth bought this election so that they could make more money, is irrelevant. Apparently it's absolutely irrelevant. Cool. Stop listening to right-wing propaganda. What? Hang on. What right-wing propaganda did I listen to? What? Why, Pagan Man? What are you talking about, friend?
They were unable to beat Donald Trump should give them some pause to really reevaluate the way that the electorate perceives them. And people are angry. And for the
Novara media. True. True. Yeah, fair.
First time, I have to be honest, I feel that anger. I understand that anger. The only difference is, you know, what grounds me are my values. And so I look at what Donald
What the fuck are your values?
Trump is offering, and he's selling a bill of goods that I have no interest in. But what exactly does the Democratic Party stand for? And so I think a lot of voters feel alienated. A lot of people who cast their ballots for Joe Biden did not show up to vote on Election Day. And that communicates something incredibly important to the Democratic Party. And unless they realize that their love affair with corporate America is...
Hey, Turn Left in YouTube chat. Hello, Turn Left in YouTube chat. How are you? Contact me privately and we'll sort something out. Everyone go and follow Turn Left there in the YouTube chat. And I don't know, do they stream on Twitch? I don't think they do, but they should. But they don't. What does Anna stand for? The national anthem. None of that kneeling shit. That's woke. Also very interesting to see the you should keep politics out of sport people. Absolutely fine with Donald Trump taking over the UFC or whatever. The other night, if you remember that. Interesting.
Really damaging their brand and their ability to win elections, they're going to keep losing, and that's their fault.
And I suppose let's separate sort of the electorate and what they think from what you think as an individual. And I know sort of one of the issues that is put forward, I think very understandably, sort of why Donald Trump is sort of qualitatively different from the Democrats is his sort of approach to democracy, and his sort of disrespect for democracy and his sort of willingness 4 years ago to try and overturn it. And I know sort of before the election, there was a very viral clip.
Not that he's necessarily making this point, but I will make the point by extension. Right-wingers now saying the Democratic Party need to really reflect on some of their opinions and learn from this defeat. Like, motherfucker, you don't even accept that you lost 4 years ago. Like, Donald Trump, look, they attacked Kamala Harris for not conceding on the same night. Like, she waited till the next day. Donald Trump still hasn't conceded 2020. He still hasn't conceded that election now. Look, I'm not going to take bullshit from you about how I need to be humble and how I need to change everything I believe because you won by like a tiny percentage. Fuck you. Fucking landslide. What a joke. Like, you get given a massive, massive inbuilt majority in the Senate and you can just about squeak out a majority. Fuck you.
Of you and your colleague Cenk sort of debating whether or not Trump was a fascist. I thought you both put forward your positions very effectively. There were lots of people online trying to dunk as they do, but I thought it was an interesting conversation. But to get to my question...
So not only are you not going to push back on any of the shit, you're like, oh no, people were silly to criticise you for your right-wing takes. Honestly, you're spent, Novara. You're done. You're cooked.
Question to you. You were on the sort of side of he's not a fascist. What could change? What could he do, say, when he does get inaugurated in January that would make you think, okay, this is different? This is the time to start screaming again, I suppose.
Well, I mean, if and when he dismantles actual, government institutions that are specifically meant to check him and his administration.
Oh, well, that's okay. Oh, that's brilliant. Let's learn nothing from history. Let's wait until the fascists actually, implement all of their plans and have taken complete control, and then we'll protest it. this is the left wing, is it? This is the left wing. This is the fucking progressive opposition. Yeah, let's allow Trump to do everything he wants to do, and then we'll definitely be allowed to protest his changes. The stupidity is just remarkable. They are the Vichy. This is the Vichy left, everybody. This is the Vichy left. I'm calling them that now. That's the phrase I'm going with. I didn't technically coin it, but I'm going with it.
The return of the sausages.
When do you think City are title contenders? When they win it.
Literally, Kieran, literally. Although I'm sort of hoping... Although, if As Friends Ross is in chat, I didn't say this, but I hope Liverpool win, just because I don't want City to win everything ever. Not that that was remotely your point, but I mentioned it nonetheless.
Which, I am a little bit concerned about that, especially considering what Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy have promised to do as part of this fake made up government department, the Doge department.
Doge, yeah.
To get rid of certain government waste, as they put it. But I suppose the thing about Trump to keep in mind is that, he doesn't have...
True, Marcel, it is cultural appropriation. What are you going to do about it, motherfucker? I mean, you could just invade. You would take us very easily at this point, but Keir Starmer would probably just allow it because he's pathetic.
Have what I think a fascist would need in order to carry out a fascist state. I mean, he doesn't have, a militarized citizenry that just came back from war and is angry and frustrated and willing to, do some real damage and carry out whatever's in the best interest of Donald Trump. Sure, he has his supporters, but I will say that
who are heavily armed and have the same sense of grievance even though they didn't fight in a war.
They seem different mood-wise and behavior-wise this time around compared to 2016. In 2016, it really did feel like there was a growing group of young men, who were causing all sorts of problems. You had that hate march in Charlottesville. And I didn't know if that was going to continue growing into something that we needed to be concerned about. But maybe it's because Trump won so handily. People seem a lot calmer this time around. There was a small hate march of a dozen people who were chanting disgusting anti-Semitic things. But as far as I know, it wasn't associated to Donald Trump or his electoral win at all.
If this doesn't show you, if this entire answer, just that entire answer, they're fine now. They're calm. They're calmer than they were 4 years ago, 8 years ago. These Nazis have nothing to do with Trump. Is she angling to become his press secretary? Because I don't think he's nominated anyone yet. So is she literally pushing for that position? Because she's doing a very good Sean Spicer impersonation right now. She really is. Oh, Arizolo Dave in North London. That was actually a good joke. When I said that France should invade, Starmer would just let it. And the quote was, I grew up in an invaded family. That's a lovely callback. Thank you. What is it, Maria End? What? I cannot tell you how much this lines up with what my family tells me. He doesn't get into power until January. Why wait until January? Exactly, yeah. The Vichy liberals are just the worst. They're the worst fucking people. I thought Trump just lost the popular vote. It's narrow either way. I think, isn't California still counting? 2 weeks late? Fucking knobs.
So, Trump says a lot of dumb things that he doesn't ever really carry out. And so it's interesting when pundits decide to take him at face value and when they decide that he's lying. When he's saying things that he's going to do to allegedly, help American workers, oh, you can't take him at face value, he's lying. But when he says some of the unhinged things, oh, he's definitely telling the truth, take him at face value. So I don't know. We have to wait and see. He won the election fair and square, and whether...
Fair and square? The two richest people on the fucking planet interfered directly in order to get Donald Trump elected. The amount of dark money that was sloshing around in those PACs is outrageous. You, as a supposed economic populist, saying that he won the election fair and square. Now, technically, did he win it legally? Yes. Yes, he did. He won it legally. Well, pending that thing with Musk in Pennsylvania. But, I mean, we'll wait and see. But the idea that he won it fair and square is absurd. And you're a fucking joke and an embarrassment for saying that. If Michael Walker doesn't push back on this, that's it. I'm literally done with Novara Media. If Michael Walker doesn't now question that remarkably stupid point, I'm actually done with them. I didn't pre-watch this, so I don't know if he even comments on it or what, but we'll see.
Whether I like that or not, he's going to serve 4 years, and I'm going to take each day as it comes and be as fair as I can with how he runs this government.
And I suppose, what do you think happens to the left? I mean, we could talk about sort of independent.
So he literally doesn't even fucking comment on it. That goes unremarked upon by two supposed leftists to completely ignore the fact that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos directly interfered undemocratically to get a fascist elected. I'm done with both of them. I wipe my hands completely of them. I apologise to my audience for ever raiding into Novara Media. I'm done with them. It's over. You are cooked. Go fuck yourselves.
Media, we could talk about street protest, but there was really it was called the resistance, wasn't it? I mean, I'm not sure quite what your relationship to the sort of quote-unquote resistance was back then. But are we going to see the same sort of things? So do you expect to see sort of a big women's march or sort of this sort of outpouring of popular reaction to Donald Trump? Or do you think because he won the popular vote, people are sort of going to say, okay, he is, until proven otherwise, we will just treat him as a normal, legitimate president?
The energy is very different this time around. And I think it has more to do with the demographic shift toward Trump more than the fact that he won the popular vote. What empowered the left, and when I say left, I mean broadly speaking, that includes the resistant liberals, that includes leftists, so everyone on the left. What empowered them, I think, after he won the first time, was that the Democratic Party's narrative about him being this horrible racist, Islamophobe, it rang true, especially when you looked at the electorate and who voted for him in 2016, who didn't vote for him. This time around, he has managed to increase his support, certainly among the Latino population, certainly among Black males. With Latino women, they still voted for Kamala Harris. A majority of them voted for Kamala Harris over Donald Trump. But Donald Trump had definitely increased his support among Latino men. And when you listen to what they have to say, what persuaded them to go with Trump is the economy, right? The fact that they felt left behind by the Biden administration. If you listen to some of the New York Times interviews of Latino men who live in Texas border states, a lot of them were upset about how out of control the border was. And it's because they're worried about their own jobs being taken by migrants who don't have documented status yet.
So it's the pulling the ladder up behind them demographic. Cool. It's selfish conservatism with a brown face. Awesome. She's such a scumbag, honestly. Thank you, Jason, for gifting a membership. Much love to you, my friend. Yeah, it's like the increase overall is marginal. He appealed to misogyny in various racial demographics. Brilliant. And you know who's going to suffer? The people in those racial demographics that voted for him. That's the sad thing. Like, I'm not... Like, it's been disgusting since the election to see these liberal fucks go like... Like, I've literally seen them. And whether they might be joking to an extent, but to an extent not. When they'll say, like, has anyone got the number for ICE? Because there's a Latino family down the street that voted Trump. So what? So you're going to ring up ICE to get a Latino family fucking deported? You're a piece of shit. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why would you possibly look? Even if that is a joke, let's say that's a joke. Fuck you. That's still a grotesque joke. Don't fucking say that shit. People are actually going to get deported. Millions of people, if Trump has his way, are going to get deported. Maybe don't joke about that ethnic cleansing, mate. Maybe don't do that. Because there are still going to be Latino people in the country, and they might remember you joking about their fucking suffering. Maybe don't do it. Maybe don't be a cunt. Just a thought. Are Ash and Helen are literally the only cool people on Novara? No, to be fair, there are still some other people around. Some names you'll have heard of, and maybe some you won't. Who I'm aware of, who are not happy with this as well. Yeah, like it's there are still cool people connected to Novara. What? Hang on. Things happened. Did a noise happen, or did I make up a noise? I think I made up a noise.
And their labor can definitely be exploited for even lower than minimum wage. And so these are very real bread and butter concerns that were completely neglected by the Democratic Party. So I think the approach this time around, I'm hoping the approach this time around is a little bit of humility and self-reflection. Because if you don't have a popular message, and if you're not pursuing popular policies that actually improve people's lives, they're not going to vote for you.
And so, I mean, in your responses, you've talked a lot about Democrats on cultural issues, things such as migration, crime. I suppose the pushback you get from people is to say you're, well, one, I suppose you're sort of jumping on Republican or right-wing talking points, and two, Kamala Harris did actually run, you know, a fairly centrist campaign when it came to those issues, right? So she said, "I have a gun." You know, she wasn't saying we're going to open up the border. She, you know, there was a period where she was kind of positioning herself as Kamala the cop. So I suppose when people on sort of...
Can you softball this anymore, mate? Could you literally... I mean, I don't know how you could softball it anymore. I'm trying to think of a more absurd situation that he could put himself in. Have you thought about wrapping your questions up in cotton wool? Just to make it even softer for the person that you're delivering the question to. Maybe put it on a kind of presentation pillow. You know, just to make sure that there are no sharp edges whatsoever to the question. A completely amorphous blob of nothingness. Perhaps. Maybe a blank page would be more suffice, because then there's literally no question whatsoever. Maybe that would be easier. I don't know. Either way, this is the opposite of journalism. You should be fucking embarrassed.
So the progressive side are looking at this campaign and saying the problem was the cultural issues. People are saying, well, it actually seems like the issue was economic here. Why are we using this moment to talk about these cultural concerns that some people may or may not have?
It was both. I mean, I think front and center were the economic issues. But what compounded the anger and frustration were the social issues. So I'll explain. I'll explain in more detail. So when inflation hits and Americans who are already struggling are struggling even more because they have to pay more for just the essentials, right? I mean, everything from, the price of gas, the price of groceries, the price of car and home insurance, everything shot up. So you're dealing with that. And of course, voters are going to blame the administration that's in charge. And it was also infuriating listening to the quarterly investors calls that, executives were having. And in those calls, they were just flat out admitting that they were engaging in price gouging consumers. They were able to jump on the, inflation bandwagon that was spurred from supply chain issues and claim that they were impacted by them in order to increase their profit margins. So that's happening. And that's a very real, problem that American households are facing.
And it's the trans people's fault. How?
And then on top of that, you see dysfunction in your local communities. You see dysfunction at the border. And as that dysfunction is taking place, what you're hearing from Democrats over and over again is crime isn't as bad as it was in the 90s. So don't complain. No, it's not too bad. It's not too bad. There was a lot of gaslighting that took place. And when it comes to
No. It's not gaslighting. It's literally just statistically true. Don't get me wrong. The fear of crime is a thing that needs to be tackled. Sure. And I don't think the Democrats necessarily did a fantastic job of messaging that. But it's not gaslighting. Gaslighting would be if the situation were worse, but you say, no, it's not, you're going crazy. No, it's fine. It's literally statistically true that crime isn't as bad as it was in the 90s. Come on. We need to stop teaching liberals new words because they will always misuse them. Whether it's gaslighting or intersectionality or whatever, they'll always misuse the word.
The, Trump campaign's anti-transgender ad, right? There's been a lot of talk about that. And I think the left is totally misinterpreting why that ad was as effective as it was. And I do believe it was effective. There were some...
Wow, really? The thing that you've had a fucking bug up your ass about for years that spoke directly to you and led to you probably voting for Donald Trump, let's be entirely honest. She will never admit it, but I'm almost certain she did. That cut through with you. You think it was effective. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, the polling doesn't suggest that in the slightest. But you've got thoughts. So that's cool.
There was some analysis in regard to what percentage of viewers actually watched the entirety of that ad instead of clicking away from it. And it was upwards of 80%, if I remember the number correctly. So the reason why...
Right. But who changed their vote based on that? Who changed their vote based on anyone's position on trans people? The answer is basically nobody, because the only people who really care about this issue are far-right lunatics like yourself, Anna. Literally, no one that thought that Trump's opinion on trans people was worth a bag of shit was going to vote for anyone but Donald Trump. Don't get me wrong, there is a definite constituent of transphobic fuckheads in the country, Anna Kasparian being a prime example, but none of those people were going to vote for Kamala Harris anyway, which is why it was silly that she essentially decided to sort of throw them under the bus by just saying, oh, we should follow the law, rather than actually full-throatedly supporting trans people, even if she had no intention of changing the said law. Oh yeah, Anna would never talk to me. Anna would never talk to me or anyone like me, because I'm not going to soft soak it. I'm not going to soft soak it and give her the nice easy question that she wants. I would actually call out the grift. And the one thing the grifter can't stand is you exposing the grifter people. That's the one thing that punctures the kind of facade. The king will allow you to say various things about them. He will never allow you to point out that he's got no clothes on. That's the one thing that cannot be tolerated.
Why it was so successful wasn't because of the transphobia. It was that the ad highlighted the priorities of the Democratic Party,
who said virtually nothing about trans people in the entire thing. So the Republicans lied, and Republicans who were already going to vote Republican liked that. So the Democratic Party needs to be transphobic? Cool story, bro.
And so it feeds into the anger and frustration that Americans are feeling about their economic situation, their personal finances, what's happening.
Got literally nothing to do with any of that. You trying to tie it in there makes you, honestly, the most dishonest bonus hole I've ever heard.
With household income, because rather than focusing on making the economic situation better for Americans, they see Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party overall as the party that's like hyper-focused on a tiny slice of the population.
No, you are hyper-focused on that. The fucking Republicans are hyper-focused on that. Your hatred has completely poisoned your fucking brain to this. When you talk about humility and self-reflection, look inward.
And more importantly, getting taxpayer resources to that tiny population of people, even if they're undocumented and even if they're detained as a result of breaking the law or crossing the border illegally. That's the reason why it was such a powerful ad. And I think that maximalism on the left when it comes to these social issues is not helpful. I don't think it's helpful to have, college educated.
Can we sell out trans people a little bit? Can we a little bit sell out the transoids? Can we just kill some of the migrants, please? Because I'd like to kill some of the migrants. You are fucking grotesque. You are a twisted and broken person. Anyone who ever says that this person is on the left is a very unserious human being. You can ignore them.
Elites speak on behalf of the entirety of the black population, because if you look at the...
Oh yeah, so everyone should support a fucking billionaire. Yeah, cool story, bro. Like you oppose the elites. You literally just ignored the fact that Elon Musk bought your election in front of you, you cunt. The fuck is wrong with you?
Poll results, you'll see that the majority of black voters did not want to defund the police, but it didn't matter.
Nobody, not a single Democratic politician ran on defunding the police. You are just a Republican doing Republican propaganda. You are. You're just a Fox News presenter. That's all you are now.
The elites in the Democratic Party knew better than them, I guess. And so...
No, show me a single Democratic Party platform, candidate, legislature that has proposed defunding the police. And then you'd have a point. You can't, because they haven't. In fact, under Joe Biden, police budgets have actually increased from their already massively bloated, overly sized waste of money that they are. But apparently the Democratic Party supports defunding the police, according to this fucking hack. I wonder if yet again Michael Walker is not going to push back on this obvious propaganda. I wonder.
They ignored these voters and continued pushing for policies that were unpopular. And now the chickens have come home to roost. So I think the social issues only further compounded the frustration that voters are feeling about their economic situation.
And finally, I want to ask a question.
Literally unanalyzed. No pushback. You are the most spineless little cunt, Michael Walker. You are a fucking embarrassment. Do not call yourself a journalist ever again. You are not that. You are clearly and obviously not that.
It's almost a self-interested question, because we also have a YouTube channel where we're putting out videos. And I know it's sort of partly from what I've been hearing you've been saying on podcasts and stuff, you want to be a bit less certain, a bit less shouty, a bit less, he said something stupid, everything's terrible, right? And it is the model of sort of YouTube shows and sort of thumbnails, if you put a thumbnail out that says, this guy's a complete idiot, oh my God, what she said now, everything's going to shit, right? That is what performs quite well. So, I mean, do you have a strategy for how I know you want to sort of, I've heard you sort of say you think in the past you sort of fed into polarization and now you want to sort of mitigate against it a little bit.
No, she's grifting to the right, Michael. Much like yourself, I suppose. She's not being not partisan, she's just being less overtly partisan for the other side now.
Can that work on YouTube?
I mean, we're going to find out because that's what I want to do.
No, and it isn't going to work. She's going to lose her audience. No right-winger is going to, like, take you seriously, Anna, because you're still the, you know, spitting on Alex Jones. Well, actually, that was Jimmy Dore, wasn't it? But you know what I mean? You're the person who screamed, "You fat fuck," at Alex Jones. Like, they're never going to take you seriously. They'll, like, accept you as one of theirs at an arm's distance, like they do with Dave Rubin, but they're never going to accept you as one of their own. And you'll lose your audience and gain no new audience to replace it. So if you want to completely burn down your business, go for it, I guess.
And I'm going to stick to that plan, mostly because I just respect my audience more than I wouldn't say I didn't respect the audience previously. I didn't realize that I was feeding them slop, but that's what it was. It was slop. And it was kind of like this unconscious thing that I think a lot of content creators fall into, because whether you like it or not, like to some extent, the algorithm influences like story selection and what you're going to talk.
Doesn't with me. Obviously not. Obviously not with me. Like, I literally just cover things that I find are vaguely interesting. I couldn't give a fuck besides. I'd cover all kinds of really weird shit if I wanted to. I'd have covered the adpocalypse much more extensively, because that's doing numbers.
Talk about, but I don't really see how it's helpful to my audience to like engage in gossip or online conflict and drama. Like, there's a lot of that going on. I get that the algorithm.
Don't send me Jonathan Pye stuff. Hello, here's a good short video on why Kamala lost. It's Jonathan Pye. I don't give a fuck what this cunt has to say. He's a wanker. I don't care. Fuck him. Kev is affected by Birmingham City's results last night. Yeah, exactly, yeah, basically. That has far more impact on it.
You know, tends to favor that type of conflict. But I think that this country is in a lot of trouble, and I don't think that a single person can change the world or change a country. I think organized labor and I think, motivated voters who are willing to work together is the only way that you can change anything systemic in this country. However, I will say, I'm responsible for whatever small role I play in the world, and I want to try to do better. And rather than, target individuals, in some cases, even just random private citizens and civilians, I would just rather focus on, the systemic issues at play.
So I'm not going to criticize Trump in any way whatsoever. I'm just going to talk generally about ideas and that. High-level ideas, you might say. Yeah, I am making a direct Dave Rubin comparison. That's literally what I'm doing.
The elites and what they're getting away with behind the scenes while we're getting distracted by other nonsense. I'm hoping that, the work
I don't really like Jonathan Pye, no. No, I don't. He works with all kinds of nasty griftoid types. He came out in defense of fucking Count Dankula. Like, he's a pretty gross person.
I do serves a much better purpose than what I was doing before.
He literally
I think a lot of people
he literally worked on Russia Today as well, by the way. He doesn't like you pointing that out.
Have misinterpreted that as me, like abandoning the left and, trying to lure.
What? They're saying I abandoned the left just because I've totally abandoned the left. Wow, you can't even trust the left with not pointing out the obvious fact that I'm abandoning them. It's outrageous. She's not even good at grifting. That's the problem. There are some people who have finally crafted their grift. She is not one of them.
We're in the right. I'm not proud of some of the work I've done, especially...
I mean, you shouldn't be proud of it, but for different reasons.
Around COVID, around 2020, I think I got some stories wrong, and it was because I was in an echo chamber. My goal is to find ways to bring people together, even if they have political differences. And the only way you can do that is to approach everything from a place of compassion and understanding, and also knowing that...
Also, is that her pushing... Look, because you've got to be aware of the subtle insinuations that the griftoid puts out there. So she's saying, around COVID, I got a few questions wrong. So she's, I think, doing the thing of, like, maybe I shouldn't have criticised ivermectin and the anti-vax movement. Who knows? Like, it's that thing. Yeah, she's doing a COVID conspiracy shit. Yeah. That's exactly what this is.
This project that we're doing, this experiment we have in the United States isn't going to work unless we have open minds and are willing to hear people out instead of...
Stop pretending that you're that fucking special, America. This experiment that we're doing. Look, you've been going long enough now that you've settled into just being a fucking empire. Stop pretending that you're some, like, land of the free, home of the brave bullshit. There's no fucking experiment going on here. There just isn't. You're no more democratic than most other fucking places. You've just had an election bought by the richest man on earth. Stop pretending that there's some, like, we're the beacon on a hill. Fuck off, man. You're such deluded people. Anyone who says this shit is disappeared up their own arsehole. For reals.
Assume the worst, assume malice because they disagree.
Anna Kasparian, thank you so much for joining us on tonight's show. Always.
Fuck both of you. Honestly, go fuck yourselves, you pair of cunts. I'm done. Fuck off. Right. There's no wrap up to that. I'm done with both of them. I mean, I was done with Anna anyway. She's been a fucking griftoid piece of shit for a long time. But Novara Media, like that it's over. I'm not. I want nothing to do with you. Prosecutors have been given 5 days to decide if they will withdraw the case. What's this? Oh, well, that's well, I'll report on that in 5 days if something happens. Thank you. Thinking Cyberco. Right. Slop. Ethan Klein. Right, I've watched some of his stuff in the last few days. He is formerly a co-host with Hassan Piker of the Twitch parish, and has made basically nothing but videos about that situation over the last few months. He did put out a thing about Mike Tyson and Jake Paul, but like literally, who gives a fuck? He's because he's butthurt that Hassan won't return his calls or something. He's been spiraling like crazy. He thinks that attacking hummus is anti-Semitic because he's a fucking mentaloid. And he's put out yet another couple of ranty shithouse videos that I'm definitely going to take a look at because it's slop time, motherfuckers.
Today's topic is Twitch's new update on hateful conduct policy. It's official. Twitch has said Zionism as a slur is no longer allowed, people. You can't just call anyone a Zionist anymore. I have some pretty conflicted thoughts on this change. Let me read it to you, and then I'll give you my thoughts. Let's see here. Our hateful conduct policy is designed to protect our community from attacks based on a person's protected characteristics such as race, nationality, religion, or sexuality. The policy prohibits harmful behavior like suggesting that a victim of harm deserved it, or sharing a hateful image or symbol. An image of hate.
Yeah, but what about if they did deserve it? Oh. Partner push 2027.
I'm really curious. Hateful image or symbol, does that include the Houthi flag that says a curse upon the Jews? Because that is still up on Hassan's channel, just for the record.
Well, not on Twitch, you dopey bastard, because they delete the VODs. Don't they? I think they delete the VODs after, like, so many weeks.
But maybe then it says Jews. It doesn't say Zionism. Maybe that's the new walk around. They're like, yeah, no, fuck it. I said Jews, not Zionist. The language used to cause harm and spread hate changes over time. So true. To ensure our policies adapt to those changes, we review them and how they're applied to prevent those harms. So admirable.
Could you not be a passive-aggressive cunt and just say something? Like, come on now, this is, you're a grown adult, mate. You've literally got grey hair.
As part of our hateful conduct policy, we prohibit the use of terms that may not be harmful or abusive in isolation, but can be used as a slur or to I'm having trouble with this word. Denigrate? Oh, denigrate. I thought that's...
Okay, trying to pronounce it D and then the rest of that word makes it sound very racist. No, it's just denigrate. Yeah. Not great. Like, no. That's no. No.
There was I thought it was... almost made me say the N-word.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm telling you, this denigrate word is dangerous.
It is.
I almost said that, you guys. I would have been in violation of this very thing I'm reading. Unintentionally, of course. But can be used as a slur or to denigrate others in certain contexts. In line with that approach, starting today, using the term Zionist to attack or demean another individual or group of people on the basis of their background or religious beliefs is against our rules. We recognize that Zionist and Zionism also refer to a political movement. Using the term to refer to the political movement, whether in a supportive or critical way, does not violate our hateful conduct policy. Our goal isn't to stifle conversation or criticism of an institution or ideology, but to prevent coded hate directed at individuals and groups of people. We include examples of the language we prohibit in our enforcement here. We want to make sure that our hateful conduct policy continues to be flexible and yada, 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 yada. Here's my take. I'm pretty sure that there must be at least 20 VODs of Hassan's. Of him.
Jesus Christ, man. You're obsessed. You're becoming the new Destiny. Like, is Hassan's dick game that strong that anyone he has sex with, like, they get, like, they Jones for it after it's gone? And they turn into, like, fucking bunny boiling lunatics. Him and Destiny are just, like, a fucking... just all consumed with every fucking tiny little thing that Hassan does. True. Hello there, Tina2. Everyone go and follow Tina2. Obviously. Kevin Logan, Leftoid from the UK. If you want to watch some serious content, we did that at the front part of the show. Now we're on to the slop. We are watching absolute slop nonsense. We are watching Ethan Klein jonesing for Hassan.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Victory is ours.
That's the stage of proceedings we are currently at. Do feel free to hit the follow button. It makes you 6% sexier. Fact.
Using that word as a... Okay, here's my issue. Already, Twitch is not enforcing their own policies. The Houthi videos of the propaganda videos of interviewing the terrorist kid, of the Houthi.
You don't know that he's a terrorist. Like, this is the fucked up thing, right? That kid clearly has some issues, I think, in terms of his, beliefs or whatever. But I don't think you can call him a terrorist, can you? Do you have evidence that he's committed terrorist crimes? That seems a bit fucked up. What, because he's brown? Because he's from Yemen? Like, what? Hello there, Fellini Fiend. First time Chatterino, how are you? Although I'm sure I've heard that name before. I don't know. Anyway, it says first time chat, so I'm going with it. Yeah.
He's like storming this shipping boat. It's still up on Hassan's channel, and he has not been punished.
Get some help.
He has not been punished. I need him over my knee immediately. Yeah, I am just making it sexual for no fucking reason. And what? Thank you, the quiet one, for resubscribing. If we get more bits, we'll get on a hype train, and this time I'll notice because the stream has started. So if someone wants to be very generous, we could do that. I believe in us.
Not even warned, as far as I know. It's kind of funny. They threw like his little waiting room friends under the bus, but he's totally fine somehow, even though this is really all about him.
Hang on, whoa. His waiting room friends. No, you got them deplatformed, you cunt. You purposefully went after them. You released a fucking video, I know, because we watched it on fucking stream, you piece of garbage. No, hang on, unsubscribe, what the fuck? Why did I just subscribe? Anyway. Where is it? We watched it on fucking stream together. Was it this one? No, here we go. This is the Twitch has a major problem one, right? So this one, where he literally points them out. Hang on, where's the screenshot of the actual people? There we go. Look, boom. You literally called them out. You literally got them fucking deplatformed, you piece of shit. Because they said, oh, Sabra hummus. The hummus is... No, you did that. It's not that Twitch threw them under the bus. You forced their hand by trying to get fucking advertisers to pull shit because a person dressed as an egg joking about hummus was anti-Semitic somehow. You fucking did that. Own it, you little prick.
So they already don't enforce their policy, right? So that doesn't give me a lot of faith. But then the other thing is, so who's going to decide if the usage of Zionist is a slur or if it's like a relevant label?
That's true, Fresh Brew. But you know what's also true? That you should hit the follow button. It makes you 6% sexier.
Right? Is it going to be the same people that are refusing to punish Hassan for flying a Houthi flag that says...
we got it.
Firstly,
victory is ours.
Poporino. That's the much more important situation than all of this nonsense. There is a fucking cute-ass Poporino right there. Look at it. Look at it! And secondly, Hassan didn't fly any fucking terrorist flag. He interviewed a person undergoing a fucking genocide. Now, his reaction to that genocide, I would argue, is a bit much. But Hassan didn't fly a terrorist flag. You are a freak. You are a fucking freak.
A curse upon the Jews. Well, he didn't fly it, but you guys know what I mean. It's in the background
of someone
the videos
else.
He enjoys
of somebody else. Of a okay, but hang on. Whoa. So if I watch a documentary about ISIS and they show the ISIS flag, is that the equivalent of me flying the ISIS flag? No, it isn't. No, it fucking isn't. That dog is not a Zionist. dogs are far too pure and beautiful and awesome to ever believe in such a hateful ideology. How dare you? Thank you to the people who followed. Much love.
What about, Hassan glazing up Hassan Nasrallah? He doesn't deserve me saying his name fully. He doesn't have that respect.
Yeah, but don't pretend you did that on purpose. You just got it wrong.
He's fucking dead.
He is dead.
He's dead.
He is.
Now he's Nasrallah. Nasrallah. So who's gonna make that call, right? Is it Dan Clancy's gonna be making that call? Who's qualified to make that? I know that everybody who works at Twitch is like mega Hassan.
Yeah, the woman he's talking to is his wife, Hila, however you pronounce it. Yeah, she was in the IDF. Now, to be fair, if you're an Israeli citizen, I believe there are exceptions, but that you're drafted into the IDF. But yeah, even so, the ISIS flag for reference. That is a very weird thing to do, but I also love that is the ISIS flag. Yeah, I'm a regular attendee of the meetings of this particular branch of ISIS. Anyone listening to this, honestly, to the CIA handler that is assigned to me, please watch the visual for this so that you realise I'm not actually a member of ISIS. Frankly, ISIS have a lot more fun than Birmingham City Football Club fans, I think. I think being a member of ISIS is less painful than having to support this particular football team. But there you go. But where's my fucking human rights? Being a fan of that football club is cruel and unusual punishment. It really is.
On Sims, right? We've seen the videos of Dan Clancy singing him happy birthday and forcing everyone to participate, but they all love him and they all think and feel the same way. So who's doing it?
Who the fuck is Dan Clancy? Can we just ask? Is that a name I should know? Dan Clancy is an American technologist and computer scientist after working at NASA. Is this the one he's talking about? Oh, is this the CEO of Twitch? Yeah, technologist, blah, blah, blah. Hang on, so he was singing Hassan happy birthday. Okay. Why would I give a fuck? Yeah, why would I care?
Who has the wisdom, the cultural background to say this one is racist and this one is okay? I'd like to know, because I think that's important, because as it stands, the people who are in policy, frankly, are clearly not capable of making that call.
That's true, because you get to be anti-Arab and you get a 2-week suspension. Whereas if you're anti-hummus, you get a month suspension. So literally, Twitch thinks being offensive about hummus is twice as bad as literally saying that Arabs are inferior as a way of trying to justify their slaughter. You know, as certain people did.
If it was like some Jewish advocacy group that was involved in these decisions, then I think like, okay, that might be legit. But as it stands, it seems to be a pretty hollow guarantee.
Okay, but like the problem you're going to have is like, when you say Jewish advocacy group, do you just mean like the ADL, which does very little else but like try and defend the actions of the Israeli government? Like, unfortunately, because the genocidal freak, because I can't say the Z word, or the Z word if you're American, I can't say that. So let's say the genocidal freak movement is so well funded and so powerful with groups like AIPAC and the ADL, that there are very few Jewish advocacy groups who would actually administer this fairly. Certainly none of them would be powerful enough or not powerful, high profile enough to get the gig with Twitch. So it would probably be the ADL who would be brought on board for that. And so it would just be anyone who criticises Israel and uses the Z word would be out. Do you know what I mean? So, like, if there was actually an impartial Jewish advocacy group who would get involved in that, then fine, sure. But, like, I can't see one that would get that gig. So, get the head of AIPAC in there. Make him take time out from his actual job of running their money deployment operations to argue whether any streamer is racist against Jewish people. No, but the problem with that is that they just say anyone who's critical of Israel. It's not even about Jewish people. Literally, we saw in the Knesset yesterday, a Jewish member of the Knesset stood up in defence of the hostages, and to Benjamin Netanyahu's face call him out and call him a massive piece of shit, right? Who doesn't care about this. And the Speaker of the Knesset shut him down, even though he's making perfectly salient points, because you can't criticise Benjamin Netanyahu in that way. So not only is it not pro-Jewish, because they will silence Jewish people, regardless of any other concern, on the basis that they're not pro-Z word enough. And they're not really a democracy, because parliamentarians will be shut down if you disagree with the president or prime minister. Just worth saying. Thank you, Thinking Sabercat with Bitty Bits. Here's a video of Hassan is seen promoting a guy coming from Turkey, not Israel, and his Palestinian flag stunt doesn't alter the fact that sailors have nothing to do with the guys of conflict. What's this?
وطبعا يعني
I'll watch this off street. Thank you, Thinking Cybercat.
From Twitch, trying to make these things smooth over, and I think it's going to cause them a lot of trouble. I think it's insane. It's an insanely new policy, because it's like the word Zionist is thrown around on Twitch like, you know, every other word with these political streamers, right? So,
well, when you're discussing the Israeli government and their actions, I think it's perfectly salient to describe them in that way. Now, one would think that wouldn't fall under this particular terms of service, because you are describing people's political, geopolitical positions as that word. And you'll notice I'm trying not to say that word, because I'm waiting to see how they actually fucking go with this. Because if they do shut down people just saying the word to describe people who fulfill the criteria of that word, I'm not fucking broadcasting on Twitch anymore. Because there's no point. You make political dialogue impossible in that situation. If they're actually going to shut down like neo-Nazis who are using that word as a cover to criticise Jewish people, then that's fine. But I'm going to wait and see on in terms of the actual what's the word I'm looking for? Moderation of the situation. But yeah, if people are talking about the Israeli government, it would be difficult to talk about that politically without using that word. And this is where I have my issues with the shell game that both Hila and Ethan play, is that they pretend not to be the Z word, right? They pretend not to believe in that political philosophy. And to some extent, they may well be genuine with that. But their political action suggests that they want critique of Zionism to be neutered. That you can't ever actually truly analyse it. You can only be generically against a thing, rather than specifically pointing out why that's, bad.
So how the fuck are they going to actually sort through that and decide? And then they're going to get like massive tons of reports. I don't know how they're going to do it. I doubt that I don't even doubt that they'll ever even enforce that rule one time. Not even one single time.
They might make the odd sacrificial lamb. But
So
this,
yeah,
considering
empty
this was meant to be a sop to advertisers to like quiet them down because you've got this weird hate boner for Hassan, is like literally the reason that they've instituted this in the first place. They have no interest in actually getting on top of the problem because they don't really fundamentally see a problem.
Alo. I mean, Hassan has been glazing up.
Oh, hang on, Papa. It's behind it's just gone behind the thing, but we'll see in a second. Papa, there you go.
This dude, Bad Empanada.
Hey!
If you guys know who that is.
Bad Empanada getting a shout out. The craziest cunt on the internet. Brilliant.
He's like actually psychotic, and he's been making a lot of hate videos about me and calling Ela a terrorist and baby killer and all this. And Hassan's been enjoying his videos.
Okay.
Here's a tweet from him. You guys will enjoy this. It says, oh, Hamas raped a bunch of babies and kids now? Where's the video evidence of it? I was looking to jerk off anyway. You think I'm kidding?
This, by the way, this is a lie. This was made up. He didn't actually say this. And we know this. He got this from the Destiny subreddit, who put out a fake tweet of him. And it's so annoying because there are plenty of actually mental things you can say. Like, if you just looked into it, there is a clip of him saying it would be okay to kill every Israeli. Like, that's a thing I remember him saying openly. But instead of the actual thing that you could point to as an anti-Semitic, genocidal, disgusting thing to have said, you go to a fake tweet that you found on your fellow member of the Hassan fucking derangement syndrome support group, Destiny. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant.
Kidding? That's a real tweet. That's Hassan's guy right there, boy.
It's not a real tweet.
Love me some Bad Empanada. This is the guy he's been promoting. There's an active genocide going on, which is receiving crucial backing from the U.S. government, like President Joe Biden. If you are an American, these people are within your reach. Coincidentally, the U.S. is one of the easiest countries in the world to buy a gun. I'm starting to see why Hassan likes this guy. I mean, Hassan did tweet out the blueprint for the gun used to assassinate the former Japanese prime minister.
Jesus Christ. Mate. Oh, come on. Honestly, Hassan's dick game must be crazy good, because he has these bitches swooning for years afterwards. Like, they can't think straight. He dignitizes. That's what he does. Hassan is too sexually potent to be allowed around other people, because they lose their fucking minds. If you're ever in close contact with Hassan, and then that contact gets cut off, they can't deal with it. It fucking fries their brains. He's just too fucking... Like, the testosterone is addictive. Clearly. His pheromones are addictive.
In response to a senator's tweet. So, I mean, I guess I can see the overlap there. Zionists everywhere, anywhere, are combatants, actively spreading propaganda to enable a genocide. Their words kill, they must be stopped. So, this guy thinks I'm like the epitome of a Zionist, and that Ela is like literally killing babies on her free time for fun. So when he says Zionist...
No, she doesn't do that anymore, just when she was in the IDF.
And if everywhere combatants, he's literally saying, right here, to kill Jewish people. Because, let's be real.
I did not do that at all to fucking Sargon of Akkad. What are you talking about? I used to laugh at his videos. I never called for him to be fucking deplatformed. I don't think I did I? I mean, I would have laughed if it had happened, but I don't think I ever, like, went after him or said, like, oh, he's the most evil piece of shit ever.
Who's splitting the hairs on that one? Are we gonna have a Twitch censor being like, no bad Empanada, don't kill Ethan. He doesn't fall under the term Zionist as a political movement. It's just a slur when you say it to him. He's saying kill Jews everywhere. Okay, I love that. Very cool.
Is he saying that?
This one's really good. Check this out. He says, just like Japan, a nuclear bomb is needed to stop Israel. Yeah, good idea.
Jesus Christ. Like, I can believe he said this, because he is a lunatic. But, like, you just reading some shit you found on the Destiny subreddit is not evidence of anything. It's perfectly possible he did say that because, again, not to put too fine a point on it, he is mad. Bad Empanada is a mad cunt. Yeah. Is he on Twitch? I don't know if Bad Empanada is on Twitch. I'm not sure.
This one you guys are going to like, and I can really see why Hassan likes him when I read this. 9/11 was an attack on a legitimate military target. Those within the towers were the...
Hang on. But whoa. Time out. I can understand why Hassan would be okay with this. You don't get to pretend to be offended by Hassan's 9/11 comments after you did a show with him. After you did shows with him for like 2 years. Like, no. His America deserved 9/11 shit, which I make fun of because it's fucking hilarious, right? Like, you don't get to pretend to be offended by it because it happened a lot longer before and you were definitely aware of it because I think you even referenced it a couple of times on the shows you did with him. And then for 2 years you did a show with him and were big chummy, friends with him. And now that you're like jilted, now you're offended by him saying some shit about 9/11 10 years ago. Like, this is embarrassing. Oh, I can see why Hassan likes him. Oh, so you were okay doing a show with a fucking 9/11 enthusiast then, were you? Shut the fuck up, man.
soldiers of Western financial imperialism. And it was there that bureaucratic schemed and carried out operations to indebt other countries to steal the resources and bring them into ruin. The murders of countless millions had been plotted and dictated from within those walls. Yada yada. Its attack is just as valid as that one on the Pentagon. Yada yada. But yeah, he says 9/11 was an attack on a legitimate military target. And I mean, Hassan is the we deserve 9/11 guy. So
yeah, which you knew before you started doing a show with him. So clearly you co-signed that, didn't you? Dickhead.
I get it. I see why he likes him. But the point is...
Hang on, what is this? Thank you, Ethan. What?
Greetings.
Oh, God, it's a Bad Empanada video. Okay.
Greetings. I am the true leader of the YouTube channel that viewers know as Bad Empanada. We at the Bad Empanada Foreign Influence Operation would like to thank Ethan Klein for his help in bringing our operation to prominence.
This is a Bad Empanada video, by the way. Okay. I do hope this is terms of service compliant.
We have long been working to destroy American values, and thanks to his recent actions, our efforts are finally bearing real fruit. As he loses viewers and subscribers, we gain them at an exponential rate, higher than ever before. Each viewer he loses is one less viewer of American propaganda. Each viewer we gain is one more exposed to propaganda.
Okay, that was clearly Hamas. Okay. Okay.
A sleeper agent ready to act on our signal on a moment's notice. The work that Ethan Klein has done recently to help bring down America. And Israel has been exemplary. And we thank him greatly. So much so that we even wrote a song for him. Those of us at sincerely hope you enjoy this tune while you wait to hear us utter the code word that will spur you into taking action for our purposes against your will.
Thank you,
Ethan Klein.
You are my best friend. You
destroy the legitimacy of any cause you tie yourself to.
You are the legend. Thank you,
Ethan Klein.
You are my best friend. You are
the living refutation of meritocracy.
You are the legend.
What the fuck was that? No, that's not literally a Hamas thing. I think he was like joking about that. He is. I will agree with Maria End. He is an anti-Semite. I will absolutely grant you that much. I don't know. I mean, should I take that more seriously? I suppose I probably should. But like, he's so obviously mental that I don't think he affects. Like, I don't think he's dragging anyone over to the side of anti-Semitism. Anyone who thinks Bad Empanada is anything other than a lol cow is already too far gone, I think, at that point. Like, for me, I just laugh. It's just funny, because he's a fucking mad cunt. In the same way that I would laugh at another anti-Semite, Caleb Moppin, for instance. You know? Or fucking, what's his name? The Infrared. You know, any of those people. They're just lol cows to me. Isn't Bad Empanada an Australian sex offender? He's Australian. I think the sex offender stuff is made up, actually, from what I know. If anyone has further evidence, I'll take a look. But I think that's let's say, an internet troll thing. But he is Australian. Yeah.
Is that even if Hassan somehow purges the word Zionist from his vocabulary,
yeah,
which I doubt.
Yeah, the Australian guy is an anti-Semite, yes.
He's still promoting, backdooring people like Bad Empanada, who are genuinely sick, fucked up dudes, man. Just look into this guy, dude. I'm telling you, just Google his name. It's unbelievable what's going on here.
Okay, I've played this before, but it is funny. Just to give you an idea of the kind of mental disorder that is Bad Empanada. What was it? Oh, fuck. Socialism Done Left. Bad. Shit. Empanada. Yeah, this is amazing. So, there was a channel called Socked on Left, who I don't think actually produces anything anymore, do they? Isn't this basically a dead channel? Or am I wrong? Yeah, they haven't done anything in like a year. So, yeah. Yes. Bad Empanada, back when they used to stream, Bad Empanada decided to do a weird shit thing. Like a weird troll. Yeah.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hey, bud.
Yep. Hey, bud, how you doing?
We live?
Yep.
All right, I'd just like to announce that if anyone wants to see some hot bitches getting fucked in the pussy and ass, head over to pornhub.com and xvideos.com.
I will send them a DM when you would like to continue the debate. Just let me know. Smiley face. So apparently the thing that they were gonna do is this really dumb troll.
No, the fetus on the screen is not. That's sucked on left. Bad Empanada is the weird Australian who's trying to get them cancelled by playing a Beatles song. Obviously. It's a very normal thing.
I'm literally seconds away from doing this. The sucked on left. Tune into his stream now. Just a forewarning here, so that people can't say they weren't warned before it happens. If you do a debate me, bro, I will come on your stream and play copyrighted music on full blast immediately. Hey,
It's the shittest troll ever.
How you doing again?
No, you don't want to see hot girls?
Why are you really far from the microphone?
Why is he really far from the microphone?
Are you like loading up the porn?
No.
Do you think that playing like a few seconds of copyrighted music is gonna get the stream banned? Are you dumb? This is the dumbest troll that I've had in a really long time.
What is this? Bad Empanada wants to hurt poor people. What the fuck?
Honestly, if you get Donald Trump, perhaps you deserve him. Perhaps the downfall, the suffering, the destruction that he will cause to your country is precisely what you deserve and precisely what the rest of the...
Oh wow, it's the dumb attitude of accelerationism. But accelerationism for other people. I care about the working class, which is why I want poor people in America to suffer at the hands of Donald Trump, so I can get my lay epic memes off, so I can dunk on Voosh. True. Very serious. Much socialism. Literally. Honestly, you should follow that guy, the KF Logan 1875. I don't know who he is, but clearly he is a young, handsome gentleman with his head on his shoulders. Clearly. He's clearly awesome and knows what he's talking about. Fuck yeah, baby.
He said all Israelis are valid targets. Yeah. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg, if I'm being honest. But this one really, I mean, this is what he looks like. Charming guy.
I don't think either of you should pray in a... Look. As from one schlubby white guy with a beard to another one who's criticising another one, none of us should play that game. That is not a game that our demographic can win. Okay? Ugly, out of shape, beardy white dudes. That's, you know what I mean? There are many things we're good at. Imperialism. Excellent at that. Being hot, not so much. You know what I mean? Just saying.
Oh, Hamas raped a bunch of babies and kids now? Where's the video evidence? I want to jerk off anyways. Very funny. Very funny stuff, guys. So, in short, I'm kind of curious of how they're going to enforce it. It might be interesting just to see.
Talking about big breakups, what about Peter Coffin? What about Peter Coffin? What happened? Big breakups? What do you mean? Did he break up with someone? I didn't even know he was in a relationship. The white guy with disgusting beard community calling in their boys you love to see. Hang on, whoa, no, time out. The beard is the saving grace. The beard is not disgusting. It's disgusting white guys with awesome beard. You've got the disgusting the wrong way round. I grow the beard because the beard is awesome and it covers some of the fugliness. So it's a twofer. Buy one, get one free on awesome, you know?
You know, how they do it, because I think it's going to be a mess. I think it's going to be ineffectual, and I don't think it's even going to be enforced. So, well, you know, maybe I'm wrong. But
apparently actual Jake and his partner broke up. Oh, that's a shame. I don't really know them, but that's, you know, it's not nice. But someone said about Peter Coffin. Are we just doing leftist, like, relationship news now? What is this? I thought you and Christie and the New Zealand guys, Steve Shives used to be a thing. Well, me and Steve are still fucking cool. Steve was on our election night stream with me and Christie, so that's not a problem. I'm okay with Aslan still, although I don't talk to them very often. Yeah. Is Kev in a relationship? Kev does not kiss and tell. Oh no, Kev fucks and tells, but if Kev's in a relationship, Kev shuts the fuck up. What is your solution to this white ugliness? Well, blacking up, obviously. It's the only solution. You get to become Canadian Prime Minister. As a ex-bearded transoid, it definitely helped cover up the fugly. Are you suggesting I'm merely an egg waiting to crack? Kev is dating the former Birmingham Public Library. Well, I didn't finger the library. I fingered a human person against the library. The library was merely holding the weight of two people. Well, partly.
Until then, don't you call me a Zionist on Twitch, you. I'll get you. Don't you be calling me a dirty Zionist pig dog. Inbred pig dog Zionist. You.
What the fuck are you talking about, you mad cunt? Also, Papa. Gotta love some Papa.
You can say that, okay. Because Hassan calls Jews inbred a lot. I don't know if you knew that.
Does he? What?
I've got a compilation going. You guys will see. I'm working on stuff all the time here, guys. You know.
Yeah, you're working on weird shit of compiling. What? Does he call them inbred? Because that's not fucking cool. Finster and Ashley broke up, but they are still friends. Oh, that's good. Well, again, I don't know about people's relationships, so I didn't even know Finster was in a relationship. I don't know who Ashley is. Again, that's no offense to any of the people involved there, but I don't care. Because the thing is, I don't actually know these people. Like, even with people like Jake, who I've talked to like maybe twice or something, like I don't know them. It's a shame if they broke up with their partner, but like I don't. Like, people break up all the fucking time. Well, you can't get sad about stuff. People breaking up that you don't fucking know who they are. I was single for the longest time I had ever been single. Lol. What? That's confused. That sentence has confused me. I don't know what that means.
In the basement, we were tinkering. We were. Hey, Ducky. Look at him. So cute.
That's a cute.
This is Ethan Klein, guys. In the basement, giving you an I do for 2 days. You guys like this format? I'm gonna try to do these more often. It's just a one shot, one kill, bada bing, bada boom, straight upload.
Yeah, one shot, one kill, and he looks at his former IDF wife. Okay, like, it's not exactly the most, like, difficult to parse out the thought process that led to you looking to her at that point. It's a bit on the nose. Kev is very 40 and very white. He is not up to date with everything. I'm not 40. I am 30. Hang on, am I 36 or 37? I am 37. I'm not 40. Shut up.
To the dome. Like galaxy gas to the dome, dude. One shot. Ducky, what are you doing?
That is a cute dog.
How do you even get up there?
Is it called Dog?
Look at this dog. Thinks he owns the place. Ducky.
Clearly does.
What are you doing?
Imagine that. Someone from somewhere else imagining that they own the place. Moving into somebody else's lived space and commanding it as if they've been there forever. That would be really bad, wouldn't it? If someone did that, that would be terrible. Apparently the dog's called Ducky. Oh, okay.
You think you own the place? What's going on here, bud? Have a good night.
Yeah, Rory Cat's energy. Fucking true. And then there's this one, which I only got through
media blow up.
half watching. But, yeah, again, it's just, he's a bit mad.
Today's video is about Ludwig, actually, who made a video called What is Happening to Twitch, in which he explains what is going on with the adpocalypse taking place on Twitch right now. In this video, he somehow didn't mention me, Hassan, Israel IP block, or anything. It's like he's so afraid of pissing off the cool kids that they're not going to let him sit at their table anymore. The stakes.
Or he just doesn't want the fucking drama. Like, he's going to talk about a current events issue without making it into a personal bitch fest. Like, that's literally what you're doing now. You're literally just a drama streamer. Did you say they're preparing to annex the West Bank? You think they could flatten it like Gaza? Maybe, I don't know. Look, clearly and obviously Trump is going to allow them to just do the Zionism, because of course he is. Literally, Sheldon Adelson's fucking widow bought that concession out of him. Not that he would have taken that much to get it out of him anyway, but yeah. I think a lot of the Arabs for Trump people are about to find out that the leopard eats all of the faces.
Are a little higher, in my opinion, because by misrepresenting what happened, he doesn't help anyone. I mean, he helps Hassan. That's the only person he does, but he's sweeping this anti-Semitism issue right under the rug to the point where it's like, wow, you really don't care. You really do not care about this at all. So let's go ahead and watch a sliver of this mogul Mel and see what's going on with Ludwig.
Well, first, we have to talk about why they pulled out. Where did the advertisers go? Do they hate Twitch all of a sudden? Well, the genesis of this, as far as I can tell, is when Asman got banned off of Twitch. Because you see, Asman got banned after making some comments about Palestinian people, some very negative comments about Palestinian people. He got banned off of Twitch. And this sort of caused a domino effect where people are like, okay, you ban Asman for saying this thing about Palestinian people, but, you know, what a...
Chad O'Brien. Did you make this in a face app? Because that's just James O'Brien with a beard. And I suppose longer hair? I bet Ethan once had a roommate he got mad at because the roommate gave all the post address to the occupier team. No.
About this person saying this thing about this people. And that...
What? This person saying this about these people? Did you just yada, yada, yada the whole anti-Semitism thing to protect your friend Hassan? How about having a Houthi militant on Twitch mainstream to talk about One Piece and to glaze up his fucking little Houthi cock?
Oh, that's really weird.
Flag flapping in the background that says a curse upon the Jews. Ludwig, why did you even bother to make this video? You know what I mean? Just, you don't have to talk about it if you're too cowardly to explain it, really.
Because this is an issue Twitch has been dealing with for years, which is inconsistency in their bans. All right, they have their code of conduct, their terms of service, whatever. They have to ban based off of that, and sometimes it's not upheld consistently. All right, and so this became, you can see October 16th is the day Asman got banned.
Which, by the way, this is the reason that he said this person said this thing about this thing, because it's not always anti-Semitism that's the issue at hand, is it? In this particular clip, and by the way, Drew Pavlou is like the weirdest person that's ever existed. Do Australia produce normal people? I don't think so. Anyway, it's the famous clip of Frogan, who I quite like in most instances, saying that she hopes that the American soldiers get PTSD. Not a particularly cool thing to say. Whatever. you know, it's allowed though. Whether you think it should be is a different matter, but it is allowed. So it's not just a person saying something about Jewish people that might be racist. It's like a much more complex fucking issue than that. So that's why he said it that way, I think. Now, Ludwig is not necessarily the most controversial of people, so he's not going to go out on a limb to say the controversial thing anyway. Which is, by the way, why he doesn't name people by name necessarily, because he doesn't want the fucking drama of it. Because unlike you, he's not a drama monger. He's like just a normie. Like, I don't even watch his shit because it's just normie shit. That's it. Boy are good Australians. No, don't get me wrong. I didn't say the Australia didn't produce good people. I asked whether they produced normal people. Boy are good people, not normal. Not normal. Not only because they're clearly gay as fuck and yet will not show us their penises. Outrageous. And secondly, I watched their thing on stream with them go into the, I forget what it's called now, the listening post, the CIA listening post place. Like, they're literally trying to get murdered. They're trying to get assassinated. So again, they're good Australians, but even the good ones are also fucking mental. Australia does not produce sane people. Kevin, you haven't seen the clip. Oh, have they shown cock? Have they posted hog on main? Because I need to have already seen that if that's happened. Ludwig saying Destiny had abysmal vibes was pretty funny though. Well, yeah, but also just basically true, right? Drew Pavlou is chronically unemployed freak, though. Never let that forget. You know, he is. He's a very interesting chap. He's I don't even know how to describe Drew Pavlou. I genuinely don't. He's Australian. He's just Australian.
A very common trend. All right. Oh, you ban Asman. Well, what about when Frogan said this, crazy thing about U.S. soldiers? All right. And Twitch got basically controversy after controversy after controversy.
Okay, apparently I can't show this on stream, but I am going to play.
Well, see you around. It won't be. It's not forever.
No.
We'll do something.
We'll be back.
I want to talk about the CFMEU and stuff.
Well, I think Adpocalypse will be over soon.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to steal Luke's one. Stay fruity, gay boys. What's your final message?
I'm just gonna say bye, everyone.
Okay.
I'm just gonna say bye.
Alright, see you later, everybody.
Okay, that's not real though, is it?
Been fun. See you all soon.
Okay.
That's not real. It's very funny. It's very funny. It's not real. I need to see their actual penises. What in the living fuck is this geek shit? What is this? What is this? Elliot, explain yourself. Fucking explain yourself. What is this? You know, I don't like degeneracy on this channel. Having said that, I want to see two strangers' penises. Jury's very pro-American empire. He is, yes. Yeah. He's basically anti-China for the most part. Oh, sorry, it was Rohak. It's anti-fascist action in Germany. Fuck off. Fuck off. I know that bit. Fuck right off, all of you, right? What's the middle bit? What's this shite? I don't need this.
No mention of Hassan. Or me, frankly. Not.
Oh, wow. Won't somebody talk about me? Like, crawl out of your own fucking rectum for a second, yeah?
Not to suck my own dick here, but I did a whole 3-hour episode dedicated in, meticulous 14 pages.
14 words, more like. Ayo. Yeah, no one cares. It doesn't matter that you did a 3-hour fucking stream on it. Why should someone talk about you specifically? Why would they care to? Like, and not just that, but if you know for a fact, given what a victim playing piece of shite he is, which by the way is a tactic very much he's learned from the Z word people that he claims not to agree with, but yet uses all the tactics of. You know he'd have played the victim like fuck. If Ludwig had called him out by name, he'd have absolutely lost his shit. This is outrageous. Ludwig is endangering my family. He's endangering my personal safety by calling me out by name to his audience. Do you know what I mean? He'd have done that thing. Because of course he would have done. The old thing about, was it the bully cries out as you strike him?
Of meticulous thesising about why I thought Hassan was harboring anti-Semitism and all the various examples of it. I thought that was probably a big moment for this all as well, but he doesn't mention any of that. How can he not mention Hassan?
Do I speak German? I don't speak German, no. But I know anti-fascist action, because, like, it's very famous. I just meant, like, what was the weird Japanese cartoon shite in the middle? Which I still haven't had a fucking answer to. I was talking about how One Piece is commie-coded, Kev. Is it? Look, genuinely, look, I know I do a joke about, like, what's it? I don't know what the fuck it's called. The Japanese cartoons. I don't fucking know. I do a joke about it being like degenerate, but I don't actually care. It's fine. Whatever. It's whatever people are into. But I don't understand it. I've never really watched much of it. My brother was into it. My younger brother, who Nebuchadnezzar. I referred to him as yesterday. He's the one who's convinced my mother that I'm into Sonic the Hedgehog, hence Sonic the Hedgehog toys, and whose child was sick on my back seat the other week. That motherfucker was into it back in the day, and I watched a few bits with him, and it bored the arse off me. Anime, that's it, anime. I nearly said, what's the other one? Manga or something like that. Anyway, he was into all of that fucking stuff, and I just it bored me to tears. I didn't see the point of it at all. But that's just a personal thing, like if other people are interested in it, yeah, go for it, man. I don't give a fuck. Basically, One Piece is written by a communist, has lots of commie coding, and is also quite popular in the Middle East. Isn't it also? It's just, I've heard Americans talk about it. So is it popular in America or just amongst nerds? Yeah, I don't
know. How?
And at first, this was maybe just some like social media stuff, but then there was a concerted effort by people to go straight to the advertisers. All right, because Twitch wasn't buckling. They weren't like banning other people for their comments based off the social media blow up. They were just kind of holding fast. They ban Asmin. They're like,
I am sounding very 40. To be fair, I'm sounding very 60.
Like, okay, we're good now. Please leave us alone.
That's, I think, somewhat true, but I think the underlying problem here is that they agree with the creator.
Well, having said what I said earlier about a certain media organisation. Hello there, No Justice MTG. How are you all? One of the good media people. How are we all? You know who I am. I've done a million streams on No Justice's channel. If you watch No Justice, you know who I am. You should hit the follow button, but the fact that you haven't suggests you don't want to. So, okay, that's cool. Vibes. If you want to watch my actual Brit-based content, we started off with serious stuff and moved to slop. as we've progressed. But we did cover the farmer stuff from earlier, so by all means, if you want to go and check that out, it'll be on the VOD and all of that jazz. Thank you to the, oh my god, how the fuck do you pronounce that? Stute
Ladies and gentlemen,
Viking Bear President.
victory is ours.
Thank you for being awesome and becoming a member. Did you also raid in on YouTube then? I take it. I imagine, because I've got more people watching there now, so I presume so. Anyway, don't matter. Hit the follow button if you're interested. Like, if you want No Justice's content, but worse and at shittier hours and badly produced, but like it's acceptable if No Justice isn't on. Like a kind of a worse version of No Justice, like overflow system. I'm your guy. No Justice MTG is sick. Are they? Well, why were they streaming then? Are they just a bit sick? I don't know. But anyway, go and follow No Justice. They're awesome. Anyway, yeah. No, we're just watching slop. So if you're interested in like proper politics and stuff, come back probably another time, I imagine. You know. Thank you for following to the people who followed. Much love.
Who they're not banning. They agree with Hassan and with Frogan, and it's an ideological decision. Like, it's not an unbiased decision to enforce the rules. This is them refusing to further other political point of views and identities that they agree with. It's downright
No Justice Cistern. Yeah, I am. That is me.
Corruption. It's horrifically bad.
That did not work. They were not left alone. Not only were they not left alone, their advertisers were not left alone. And this is one of the other genesises I can see of...
Genesises? Absolute fuck Twitch for making me do cancel culture, cockfuck, simp loser shit. I didn't ask to be the Apocalypse Foot Soldier henchman. Everything has been tried, they don't care, so name and shame, it's all that's left. Well, no, because again, with conservatoids, it's about every accusation being a confession. When he goes, oh, I'm disgusted that I have to do cancel culture. No, you have always wanted to do cancel culture. You were just annoyed that you were on the opposite end of being cancelled. You just wanted to be the one doing the cancelling. Stop pretending to yourself.
Advertisers now getting involved after the Asman ban. And here's a tweet that said, made a video of what you can do. It's a long video, so I'll just distill it. But basically, it was email the advertisers that Twitch worked with who were displayed prominently in sections that people viewed as like anti-Semitic and get them involved. Okay? He says, you know, fuck Twitch for making me do this cancel culture, cuck, fucks, and blueser shit. But that is exactly what happened. It was a attempt at creating an adpocalypse.
It's not an attempt to create an adpocalypse. It's an attempt to hold certain people accountable when the platform's down.
No, when he says certain people, he just means Hassan. Again, he's just dignitized by Hassan, and that's it. When he says certain people, no, just Hassan. He wants to get rid of Hassan. Much like Destiny, the Hassan derangement syndrome, honestly, he might have a terminal case of it. He might almost be reaching Destiny levels of Hassan derangement syndrome.
Right, refuses to and runs ads on like incendiary, psychotic fucking content, right?
Adpocalypse attempt, very successful. Now Twitch tried to curb this. They tried to appease advertisers and also the Anti-Defamation League, who's getting involved. And they banned several Arab streamers following a Habibi rating panel that was at TwitchCon. And you can see the sponsors are in the background of this. This was going viral. I promise you, all of these sponsors got thousands of emails in their inbox after this. And it worked.
This level of anti-Semitism is platformed on a main stage of TwitchCon.
It was fucking hummus. Get some perspective. Like, it's so mad to me that Americans pretending to be against anti-Semitism don't seem to have anything to say whatsoever about the fact that Donald Trump has, members of his cabinet incoming that literally have Deus Vult tattooed on them. Like literal Nazi shit tattooed on them. That, not a word. Who gives a fuck? Whatever. What's that? They're attacking hummus. This shall not stand. Like, yeah, come on. I mean, I'd say get your priorities in order, but like, they're not even comparable. They're not even fucking comparable. What does that mean? Deus Vult means God wills it. Now, some liars will say to you that that's just a Christian thing. It's not just a Christian thing. It's obviously a Nazi dog whistle now, because Deus Vult was originally, the phrasing became famous because it was used by Pope Urban II, I think it was, at the Council of Clermont in France, which basically got the first crusade up and running. And it was Deus Vult meaning God wills it, i.e. go to the Middle East, kill brown people, and take back Christendom, take back the Holy Land for Christendom. Which is why Nazis now use that phrase to mean basically take back the West from the brownoids. And that's why Donald Trump's incoming, I forget what, is he Chief of Staff or whatever the fuck it is? I don't know. No, it's Secretary of Defense. Has literally Nazi shite on him. Literally tattooed on him. It's a Christian nationalist thing.
In front of these sponsors, I mean, what the fuck do you expect, man? Don't blame the people sending emails. Blame fucking Dan Clancy and his team of morons that did nothing to shield their ecosystem from this. Especially considering they had so much time to learn from what happened to YouTube. Pure incompetence. I was, and others...
Well, no, Tharia, that's the point I'm making. There are open neo-Nazis that you'll see around the place, in America especially. But, like, having a neo-Nazi or a white nationalist, whatever, Christian nationalist, I don't give a fuck. You're all cunts. It doesn't matter what label you use. What particular brand. Well, it's like different shades of literal fecal matter. It doesn't matter to me. You're all shit. Having someone like that in a position of great authority and access to the largest military on earth is very, very dangerous. And if you're actually against anti-Semitism, you might put more energy into criticising that than criticising some streamer that ghosted you, that pump and dumped you. Like, let's be honest, it's mostly about the dick. It's mostly about Hassan's cum gutters. Let's be honest.
We're raising the siren about this event and this segment, which I found offensive and anti-Semitic. And Twitch did nothing for several days as this got worse and worse and worse. Once again, Asmongold got banned immediately, rightfully, duly. However, when it comes to Frogan and her friends shitting on Jewish people,
No, they didn't shit on Jewish people. They said hummus was bad. They said a certain brand of hummus was bad. They did a joke about hummus. But apparently that's the same and or worse than literally saying that Arabs are inferior and therefore it's okay to genocide them. It's interesting, isn't it? The difference that exists between your perception of anti-Semitism and your perception of anti-Arabism.
On Zionists, right? They need a lot of time to think about it. And I think, yeah, like when the ADL got involved, that's only when they finally suspended Frogan and all the other people up on the stage.
Yes, when the Apartheid Defense League got involved, yeah.
When a sitting congressman started writing letters, posting on Twitter, Then they said, okay, we should probably do something. But
So there's currently
Again, if you were worried about the words of Congress people, you'd think you'd have a bit more to say about the Jewish space lasers lady, but... Or as I like to think of them, the bad MTG. Not the good MTG that just raided in, the bad one.
in Twitch world a piss match, right? Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse for...
Hang on a minute. Whoa, time out. Didn't he literally just say at the start of this that Ethan literally said that Ludwig didn't mention Hassan, and yet...
Right? Hassan is blaming Asmongold for the adpocalypse for...
So he literally did. He won't even mention him by name. He literally did. He literally did do that.
For teaming up with people who he says... And Asmon is...
Looking at me and blaming me, I want to say you're welcome.
Taking blame himself. And probably talking about DEI again for the 100th time, if I had to guess.
Well, why do you have to guess? You're the guy reporting on what happened, right? Why we guessing Ludwig? But certainly, Ludwig is making a lot of guesses in this video here. And I'm guessing that Hassan's cock must taste pretty good. Hassan, he does...
Wow. I mean, this must be one of the most legendary fall-offs ever. This is fucking tragic. Really.
Doesn't use baby wipes. He just calls Ludwig over. Where are we? Anyway, Ludwig, cheers and all that. Appreciate you. But what? You don't have to make a video, right? Because at the end of the day, what does this do? It absolves the actual perpetrators of this adpocalypse. It moves the blame over...
No, you literally were taking credit for this. You were literally taking credit the other day. But now that innocent people are getting hurt because of your butt blastitude of Hassan, because you're so obsessed with Hassan, now innocent people are going to lose their livelihoods, possibly? Or at least have their incomes affected pretty negatively. Now it's everyone else's fault. Why are you trying to blame me for this, even though I was literally taking credit for it the other day? Shut the fuck up, dude.
Or to somebody who wasn't really involved, and by doing this, you ensure that no real change is actually going to come to this platform, right? And this is just going to keep happening because you are so cowardly. You need so desperately to have the cool kid Hassan's approval that you are actually willing to throw...
Dickhead, you're literally like, Senpai, notice me. Even though you have like a huge following yourself, just make videos yourself about the things that you want to talk about, rather than this utter garbage. And yet you're obsessing over Hassan and accusing other people of obsessing over Hassan.
Platform, and frankly, if I'm going to be a little over the top, your Jewish community under the bus as well.
A little bit over the top. A little bit. Not grotesquely over the top. Just a little bit.
Without mentioning even a tiny bit the main issue of this, which is anti-Semitism perpetrated by Hassan and his lemmings, his lackeys.
Jesus Christ, he's fucking demented. He's gone. He's literally gone in the head. The brain worms have taken him. I don't think any amount of touching grass can actually help him now. I think he's just... He belongs to the brain worms now. He's gone. He's gone. We can forget about him. It's over. It's never been more Jova. Which, much like my stream. Much like my stream is now about to be over. But I thank you enormously for joining me. Yes, thank you to No Justice MTG. Thank you to Tina2 for both raid arenoing into the stream arena. Oh, I need to stop that. Who should we go into? Let's have a little look. let's go over to Riverboat Jack. We haven't been there in a little while. Go and say hello to Riverboat Jack, who is good peopler. And I'll be back tomorrow, probably with some PMQs initially, and then we'll find something slop related, I imagine, to discuss, talk about, watch, etc., etc. So, thank you for your support. Come back tomorrow, if I'm streaming tomorrow, which I probably will be, I think. And stay beautiful. Free Palestine. No pass around. Why have you not raided, you cunt? Twitch is being annoying. No pass around.
Right at the beginning of the stream today. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Datura Dude. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Gransom. Hello, Alan Smith. I'm doing all right. Very, very sleepy today. And true, I did drop some of the latest Imagina